I request Mr. Raju Bhupati from True Good to come to the stage. Without taking much time, I am giving the floor to the chair. I'm going, sir, personally. I'm going.
I think scale up again. That's where I think the right one is what happens. There is demand, and supply. There is very little market focus. Most of it is consumed. Market surface then people like and then unfortunately whatever is the surplus it gets consumed in the local market. It's not able to that's one problem. So it's a very tricky situation. We are creating a demand, but if you don't then supplies push it to that, then there will be problems. There is someone yeah, okay, fortunately there has to be because we get inquiries we have outbound. But you not get then we of voting.
What we find in a soulmate is not something wild to tame, but something wild to run into. Robert Brault.
We've always found travel to be our ultimate camp.
Our love is larger than life, so we wanted to go to a place where life is the largest.
The night sky.
So we start now. So good morning, everyone. Please sit down, make yourself comfortable. I'm sure all of you have had good sleep, rather excess sleep, and that's how we're starting late this morning. Hope you enjoyed your breakfast. So I joined the organizers in welcoming you all to the first session of the second day. Yesterday we have had very intense sessions, and we could see the proactive participation of all of you. Only when the audience participate proactively the way you did yesterday, the people sitting here feel encouraged and they would like to share more and more. So today too, we hope to see similar participation from all of you. We have excellent participants, panelists the whole day. So today, let us start with the first session of the day. And the first session is policy for production, processing, and promotion of millets successful entrepreneurs. So we are now dealing with people who are hands-on. Yesterday, you heard to a lot of people who talk from their intellect, from their minds and hearts. But today we will see how all of that is converted into actuality. So that's more important, and you will get a lot of thoughts on that from them, insights from them. So before I invite our co-chairman and the two panelists who have joined by now, and hopefully other panelists will also join in due course, I just want you to understand that policy is very important. Policy is a lever. Only when you have a conducive, facilitative policy framework can anything happen in reality. And as you know, policy is the domain of government. Policy is the domain of government. Other organizations in the private sector can have their own policies, but then it is more relevant to their organization. Whereas government, be it union government or the state government, it is an organization that has got constitutional and statutory relevance for the entire region they represent. Now, why policy is important? Policy can say that an activity can be limited to public sector and bar the private sector, or it can say, I will also allow the private sector to participate. And saying I allow is not enough. You need to facilitate, create that conducive environment. Let's say, for example, till 1991, when we had command and control system of planning and governance, as many as 1,800 sectors had been reserved for small-scale industries in the government sector only. The private sector was not allowed to play a role. But in one go, in 1991-92, government liberalized those 1,850 sectors and said, now this is open even to the private sector. And that's how the spirit of private sector, as they call the animal spirit of enterprise, started taking its, we started feeling the presence in the in these sectors also. So the policy is very important. There are two words that all of us must remember: promotion and facilitation. So each word, promote and facilitate, has got a specific meaning. So facilitation means I enable, I create a conducive environment for you to participate in a particular way. So just promoting is not enough. When we say promote, all right, I pass a law. But then facilitation is what is actual hand-holding, creating that environment. So you'll see most of the acts these days are being suffixed with what is called promotion and facilitation. Earlier, they were suffixed with regulation and development. I hope you observed that thing. Let's say in mining sector, we had Mines and Minerals within bracket Regulation and Development Act. But today it is Mines and Minerals Promotion and Facilitation Act. Or let's say our APMC Act, Agriculture Produce Marketing Committee Act, which was earlier called Regulation and Development. That means we regulated that. We of course helped in development, but we were regulating it. Today, it is Agriculture Produce Marketing Committee in bracket Promotion and Facilitation Act. That means we promote it, we facilitate it. So the short point is that we need an environment supported by a statute enacted by the state legislature or the parliament that enables everybody to participate and creates that platform which is applicable equally to both the sectors, not that we give favor to one sector and disfavor another. All right. So that's very important. Therefore, here, since we are now all keen on promoting millets, we also need policies that will promote and facilitate and rightly have the organizers focused on
three components or three segments of millet related activities. One is on production. So production will take care of supply, make it available in the market. And then processing, that is the post-harvest. And processing, of course, alone is not adequate. It has to go along with marketing, but they are focused on processing, possibly with understanding that if we want to capture far-range markets, we need to process it and make it available according to the differentiated tastes and preferences of consumers. Somebody may like a ready-to-eat food and somebody may like to have a ready-to-cook food. There's a difference. So the processing has to ensure that, am I giving you ready to cook or ready to eat, or just a raw material and leave it to the householder to use it the way she or he wants to. So they are focusing on processing, and of course, millets have their challenges in terms of shelf life. As we know that it is really not possible to save it beyond 4 to 6 months in an uncompromised and safe manner. And therefore, processing possibly will help in extending that shelf life to some extent. So what does policy to do in this regard? And then it is talking about promotion of millets, and we take this as demand creation. Promotion has got many connotations, but here let's take it as demand. So supply, demand, and processing that connects supply and demand. These are the three components. So you can start, raising your antennae as you listen to the panelists here to appreciate their presentations from the perspective of what has been done, what has not been done, what needs to be done from the production perspective, from the demand creation perspective, and of course processing. तो हमारा एक किसान भाई यहाँ बैठे हैं, नितिन जी, आप तो कल पूछ रहे थे भाई, हमारा किसान लोग यहाँ नहीं है। हम मानते हैं कि कभी कभी क्या होता है ना, यहाँ कुछ लिमिटेड स्टेक होल्डर को बुलाते हैं, मगर आप भी जरूर या कुछ इसमें भाग ले सकते हैं। तो हम आज का जो एंटरप्रेन्योर्स यहाँ बैठे हैं वो आपको ये समझाएंगे कि कैसे पॉलिसी चाहिए, कैसा क्या है, स्थिति क्या है अभी, इसमें क्या बदलाव चाहिए। ओके, ये आज का डिस्कशन का माहौल है। तो आई विल नाउ रिक्वेस्ट माय colleague Mr. Rajshekhar Seelam to share his thoughts, and then we'll invite our two entrepreneurs who are sitting here. Professor Rajshekhar.
Thank you, sir. So I think we have been involved in millets and organic food for the last 18 years, since 2004. Obviously, we have seen the whole journey happening, and I think what I see millets is where organic was about 10-12 years back. So I can envisage the journey, and then perhaps based on that experiences, how can we fast track this entire journey? And then of course, we have a signature event next year, which has been primarily done at India's request, the International Year of Millets 2023. I'm sure government has got a lot of priorities always, but I think sometimes you need the trigger, and perhaps I think this International Year of Millets could be the trigger where a lot of energy and of various departments in the government can get focused, and perhaps this can give a huge boost and then a new starting point to the industry. So let me talk a little bit from the market side. If you look at India, the food and grocery market is about 40 lakh crores and growing at the rate of about 6% or so. In that, the share of packaged food, whether it is your dal, atta, chawal, or a biscuit or anything, which is in a packed form, you buy 200 gram, half kg, 1 kg, 5 kg, whatever. So that today is only about 14.5%. But this is growing, and of course, things like COVID kind of accelerated because people became more health conscious. They wanted things which are presented in a much more hygiene manner. So by 2025, this is expected to grow to about 20%. And I guess this trend will continue, and over a period of time, this will happen. So there's a very favorable trend, and out of that, it is estimated 50% will be processed products, 50% will be a basic staples. So that's a very encouraging trend, because if everything is flat, then creating a wave becomes very difficult. So this is one important trend. Then second is, I would say, people have also becoming more and more health conscious. The market for healthy foods in 2020 was estimated to be about 60,000 crores. Now this is growing quite fast. So, and this is expected about 15-16% kind of thing. And this is expected by 2025 to be about 1,25,000, around that size. So that's a very encouraging trend. Why this is important? Because today millets, etc., are positioned as healthy thing, and this segment is growing very fast. So there's an opportunity, but obviously this healthy segment is, there's so many things in that, right? It could be just better for you, or fortified, or supplements, so many other things. So obviously millets has to get its attention and then ride this trend. That's a very favorable trend. And on a distribution front, now you have e-commerce, etc. And then obviously it becomes that much easier to start off. And obviously at some point you'll have to get into the offline market, but at least the starting becomes easier. And this focus on millets for the last, I would say 7-8 years has definitely given us results. One is it's very high on the national consciousness, policymakers and at lower levels. And I think this incubation kind of thing has really produced a lot of startups with very innovative products, because one of the challenges with millets also is how do you consume them? Because your typical jowar roti, bajra roti, a lot of people may not know how to make, or even if they know, find it difficult to make in a urban setting. So this kind of innovative products is where I think you plug in, because today I think one of the biggest challenges is diversity of our food, nutrition diversity. So today I think a lot of times, whether consciously, unconsciously, we end up with food which is made out of wheat and rice. And so this is the, if you look at it, and then little bit dals and etc. So obviously that becomes very important. And whether we eat through a basic roti or a kind of a porridge or anything, or through some other product, that makes important. So, but within this, my sense is the organized market for, obviously a lot of people are eating millets, particularly in the rural areas, etc. But the organized market, I would say, is just about a couple of 100 crores. It's very small. So that's where I think, and today about 35-40% of India is urban. And this urbanization trend will keep continuing. So obviously there is a need. And then perhaps I think if you ask about more about lifestyle diseases, it's more in urban areas than in rural areas. So there's a huge need to promote millets here, and then educate people how to eat and why they should eat, etc. So this, I think, if the government is able to create a fund for about 4-5 years and start educating both in terms of, let's say, advertising, whether in print, TV or digital. And then second is keep conducting millet mess festivals. In fact, I was chatting with a lot of startups here. And I think in 2014-15, there was a lot of activity where I think a lot of this millet festivals were conducted in different cities and towns. And I believe that has given really good results, good leg up. And that's when actually, if you see, a lot of the startup activity started. So I think this year we should use and say that, how do we make sure that these millet festivals happen regularly in at least the top 300 cities, because that's where we see immediate traction happening. Because I come from the organic industry, and a lot of times people say it's primarily for the rich or bigger cities, but our brand is present in about 500 cities and towns, and we see traction everywhere. So that something can also happen with millets. So that is one request for everyone here. Then the second leg of marketing is exports. Now exports, there are three trends which are happening. One is gluten-free. Only about 2% of the people are actually allergic to gluten. But invariably, what happens when you have one person who is allergic to gluten, the entire family starts, by and large, substantially become gluten-free. So to that extent, in a developed world, particularly US and Europe, so the gluten-free market is almost 8% of the total market. So which is very significant, and millets are naturally gluten-free, and we can plug into that trend. And second trend is vegan vegetarianism, which is again growing. So, and then there's also a parallel trend which is on superfoods. So quinoa is a superfood today, and even a humble thing like jackfruit, which I think we would see and ignore, today has become a superfood. So this is where I think this again can get plugged in. But obviously, the biggest markets are the Western countries, Europe, particularly Western Europe and North America, that is US and Canada. But a lot of these people are not familiar with millets. The maximum they know would be about sorghum, but that also very small. So obviously, if you have to create a trend, then we have to work a little harder there. But if it catches on, it could be huge. So I keep quoting this example about quinoa. Quinoa was a poor man's food in Bolivia, grown in the top of Andes, whatever. And then suddenly, I think some celebrities started using. And then it's become so hugely popular that we are also growing now in Rajasthan and other places quinoa. So, of course, that is by chance it has happened. Now, what are the chances of millets happening like that? They'll perhaps 1 in 1,000. So I don't think we have to wait for that. That's where I think Tarunji is here from APIDA. So obviously we need to do more. So I think one is having this participating in trade fairs where there is a B2B thing. But I think in organic, it was a little different because people knew about organic. They were looking for suppliers for some of the products. So that B2B kind of helped. But here we need to create a B2C revolution. So that means obviously we have to go and invest in these markets in terms of identifying influencers, working with these influencers or food bloggers, etc., to kind of start educating and then make it a trendy product. Because I think initially it has to start saying that it is fashionable to eat millets. Then obviously it'll take over, then the other things will automatically follow. So obviously that's where we have to invest. I don't know whether it's right for me to say this, but I think a lot of times we do this, but we don't back it with money. And because of that, the results we are not able to see, even though there's so much effort. I think even this conclave yesterday and today, Mr. Dalwai and so many of the senior government officials were there. There's so much of their time they're investing. But if we are able to back with that money, then the results will be tremendous, extremely visible. So I think we have a huge opportunity both on the domestic front, on the export front. But I guess what is needed, the policy attention is there, but what is needed to back it with money. So we can devise structure like we had a Basmati Development Fund to promote Basmati abroad. Initially, the government contributed, later on the industry contributed, and that continues. So something like that for millets, we can think. We have been talking about forming a millet promotion council. So that could be part of this. So from policy intervention, I think marketing is where we need to invest money. So I was talking about Mr. Dalwai, saying to Mr. Dalwai, and then saying that if the demand is created, automatically production happens. Obviously, he had a point of view which is absolutely relevant, saying that the marketable surplus of millets is fairly small because a lot of it is used for home consumption. So obviously, if the scale up happens, the demand scale up happens, then you have to make sure that the production also happens. So obviously, that's something we do. But we are a farm to fork company. We work with about 35,000 farmers for the last 18 years in 12 states. What I see is today the farmer is very receptive. If you show that there is a demand for the product and the price is reasonable, right? That is very important because ultimately for the farmer, he has got multiple choices to grow. And then obviously he wants to make the best out of it. He is ultimately running a small business in his own way. So obviously, if the demand goes up, hopefully the price goes up, and then production will follow. Particularly for the other millets, ragi, of course, is little under-researched in terms of productivity, other things. Jowar, bajra, there's a lot of private involvement, a lot of varieties, etc. And then minor millets is the other challenge where we need to scale up production. So I guess one is demand, and then second is obviously we'll have to take some proactive measures to push it for farmers to grow. On the processing front, this pilot facilities set up by IIMR have been of great help, because when we start off, obviously we need these facilities, and then a lot of companies have started using without being able to set up, because it may not be worthwhile for each company to set up. But I guess I think in a matter of couple of years, we will require much larger facilities. And given the millet industry, and I think let's also be very frank, because I think big industry is always going to lag. Big companies are going to lag. Only when the trend comes to a certain tipping point, then only most of them get in. So otherwise it'll be driven by the smaller companies, startups, etc. So that's where I think it makes sense to set up at least 4 food parks, one for South, one for West, one for North, one for East, millet processing parks, where I think millets can be processed at scale. So this could be like, so let's say somewhere in Rayalaseema, around Bangalore kind of thing, ideal for the 3 states here to do that. Similarly for West, we have to look at it. So I think that will go a long way, because otherwise you have production. In fact, I think this has happened even in organic. I think we had initially production, we had demand, but the processing facilities were not there. And then we lost a lot of international opportunities because of that. So I think given that learning experience, we should start working on that, because we start now, by the time they actually become functional, it will be at least 2 years. And my sense is by the time the demand will be good enough, but we have these facilities, it will help. So these are the 3 things I wanted to talk. One is we invest in the consumer demand, creating demand both for domestic and export, and all conditions are very favorable. So that means we don't have to work so hard. We just need to give that little, I would say, make it a catalyst, and then the chain reaction will start, and the whole thing will happen. On the production front, obviously, we'll have to scale up production. And one of the key things is market demand. If that happens, this will happen. And obviously, we'll have to incentivize and do a few other things to do that. And third is having the processing facilities ready at scale, these parks. And this could be done on initially, obviously, the government will have to set up, but it could be actually run on a public-private partnership. So I think this is the 3 things which I wanted to say. And thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rajshekhar. So you have given a lot of ideas, what is happening and what needs to be done all along the agriculture value chain. Certainly, we agree with you that we need to focus on supply, we need to focus on demand. And what you have really highlighted and the people can keep in mind is the growing health consciousness among the people. Today, they want to eat right. Earlier, it was just to eat, but today people want to eat right. And the tastes are getting differentiated. Today, people have purchasing power, so they can afford to pay. And as you said, that at least there are 300 urban centers where we can create that demand, which will create attraction for the increasing supply. So this is one segment. And of course, another segment is to ensure bulk consumption. That means the people who demand food under the National Food Security Act, NFSA. So that would be largely the government's responsibility. And we are seeing baby steps even in that direction. So thank you very much, Mr. Rajshekhar. And now we have 2 panelists here who are practicing entrepreneurs. So we will listen to them, and I'm sure they'll be able to give us what exactly are the challenges and constraints and how they have been able to overcome. And that will be the inspiration for people who want to do, who want to get into enterprise or promote enterprise. So I will first request Mr. Shivaramakrishnan, who is from Tiruchi, and he calls himself as he's a founder, of course, of this company, but he's a founder and chief vision officer. That's very important. He's not a managing director where you soil your hands. So he keeps himself bereft, deprived consciously of all the day-to-day routine activities, and then keep himself focused on thinking for the future, the vision. So I would therefore, I've not seen many people, do this thing. Very few people do that. So very nice to see you, Shivaramakrishnan. And I've heard to his presentations earlier also. And thank you, Mr. Shivaramakrishnan. Very nice. And can you kindly share your thoughts? Would you like to go there and have a presentation? Yes, please do that. Yeah. Welcome, Mr. Shivaramakrishnan.
Good morning, all. So, Dr. Ashok Dalwai, Mr. Seelam, and Krishna Sai, dignitaries of the dais, ICAR, dignitaries from various government bodies, and fellow entrepreneurs. So it's been quite an exciting journey for us. So 5 years back, we started this journey. I represent a brand called Bliss Tree. And as Dr. Dalwai said, I'm from a place called Tiruchirappalli, which is the epicenter of Tamil Nadu. And when this journey started, let me be very clear that I didn't have the vision at that point of time. So this started evolving, seeing the opportunities regularly coming to us. And now as you say, I only look at the future. So the other reason being is my better half has taken over the execution side. So she's the chief executive officer of the company. So for us, a lot of things has worked right. And we have been blessed with so much of good support by great people. A lot of institutions have supported us, starting from Tamil Nadu Agricultural University of Coimbatore, IIMR, NIFTM Tanjore, CFTRI. So wherever we had challenges, we went there and we learned. So our journey started, like I'm a third generation rice miller. So we thought milling of millets is going to be easy because we know rice milling. But when we entered, only we knew that it is just totally two different things. So we didn't know much. We had a lot of challenges in ensuring the quality which has to be milled. So we went to a lot of institutions and learned from them. Still there are challenges. And we are, as a miller, because I could relate myself of how rice milling is done and how millet milling is done, the efficiency is uncomparable. Like, we have way far below in milling of millets, where we are, I think the efficiency has to improve and the wastage in milling is very high, which is, I humbly like to submit it is really not the justice we do to the superfood, because the primary milling is a huge challenge which we are facing. And to be a better miller, there are a lot of technology and support which is required, because it is at a very nascent stage. So the lot of jugaad is happening. We do a lot of things on our own and do it. Whether if you ask us if it's scientific, I don't think so. No, there's a lot of work has to be done, and I think it is going on, but still the earlier the better. The challenges are reducing day by day, I would say. Like earlier, we were finding it very difficult to sell the grains. Then we start, okay, we went to the customer and asked what is the reason. They said, no, we are not able to cook this. So we then changed. They said, why don't you give us flour? So we went to the customer again, we gave flour. Then they said, we need something better than this. So then we went to again and we created some instant mixes. Then they said, okay, something faster. Then we did noodles and vermicellis. Then again, they said it is good to put something directly into your mouth, which is ready to eat. So we also ventured that we have cookies and snacks and millets. But if you ask me, this model is not right by the books of management, because ultimately you become asset heavy in the process, because you have 7-8 categories of production. So we are also a farm to fork company. But this was one mistake which we did unknowingly, which helped us to cater to the export market. So this model was appreciated by importers from abroad, because I could fit in a container of 40 feet within a week with more than, 80 SKUs. So this helped us to reach the far-fetched markets there. This also helps to ensure the quality because we can respond to the market very easily. Basically, as an entrepreneur or everybody who is developing a product, it's very close to them. They love the product more than themselves. I am sure whoever is doing so will believe that. But the point is, the most important or the critical thing we eventually forget is to ask the customer what he wants. So we have to develop a product for the requirement of the customer, not to us. So we might like it, he might totally not like it. So this knack of listening to the customer is the key for any entrepreneur, and I am sure most of you all started doing this, and this will take you to a greater height in the future. Talking about the production side from the farmers, Tamil Nadu is one blessed state where we hit all the 7 millets. So till now, I have not faced a challenge for my size of the company to get raw materials. Only last year we had some challenges in barnyard, but still it was overcome shortly. But I would say there's a long way to go. I have seen farmers who, being a rice miller close to the Delta region, so there are farmers who come and give paddy to us. Of late, I've seen farmers venturing into millets even in Delta region. This is a very, very healthy sign, which I could see because I've not seen farmers in Delta doing nothing other than paddy. And the other point regarding the processing, I told like the milling efficiency has to be increased, and there is a lot of support which is required on the scientific front, so that the milling is not going wasted in the process of doing so. Again, there should be some study which could be conducted on the byproducts. Like we face a challenge in handling the husk of the millets, because we give it to fodder sometimes when there is demand. If there fodder, the demand for the fodder is not there, so it is lying there, and it's tons and tons of husk. So if you're not handling it properly, it gets infestated, and finally it affects your product of grain also. So what we are trying to do is come up with some make it into biodegradable cutlery or something, but for which again study has to be done, and which is the best way it could be done, doing so. So I think I've already mentioned this to Dr. Ashok when we met in CFTRI, because he is the person who told, don't look at yourself as a food processor. You have to be an agricultural processor, the agro processor. So that is actually true, because for an entrepreneur, every resource has to be valued. You are in the process of creating wealth, and that is very important, because even husk can make a change in your bottom line, and that is also very important. We look at the holistic process of all the resources which we are having, and the journey of an entrepreneur is exciting because we serve customers, and the closer you get to the customer, the safer you are. So we always want to be closer to the customer. So our model is we deal directly to the customer, and we visit the market regularly and learn from them. The point is, if the last mile connectivity is not happening, there is no point at all. So any policy has to favor the entrepreneur at the end. So because he is the key person who is going to take the product and the services to the local market or to the export market. Serving the export market, we bring in the much needed foreign exchange to our country, and we are competing with top international brands there. So we require a lot of knowledge support. As a small and medium enterprise, we are limited with resources of learning, and I'm very humbly requesting the policymakers to come up with some program where the gap between the knowledge side for a small and medium enterprise and a big corporate is bridged, because the corporate have the access to I would say all the resources of higher learning, higher implementation, and better executions, which we lack, and it could be done as in a collaborative manner, as Raj Seelam said, like come up with the setup where we can use the setup for manufacturing. Even learning can be done in collaborative manner, because yesterday you referred the 17th sustainable goal of UN. So collaboration is the key here, way forward. So I never use the word competition, because I see there is no competition, because everybody has a market and a customer. It is how we are looking at it. In fact, we do private label, and our brand is registered in the US and it is selling there. We also give private labeling for few players in the US market too. So it is only collaboration. Now now I know better what are the products they are selling, how they are selling, how the market is evolving. So as the community, we are here, entrepreneurs should collaborate with each other much more, and so that the whole category is grown better. And again, we are keenly very patient, anxiously waiting to see the category being promoted for the next International Year of Millets. So this is the best time to be here. And we cannot be asking for more when the category is going to be growing naturally. Everybody who's a stakeholder is going to go to the next level. So I see opportunities everywhere. So it is how we are going to take it is the point. And with the support of all the policy makers and the support of our customers who are eventually paying us, we are going to grow places. And I'm doubly sure that we are all doing the right things, and we are absolutely excited about our journey. It has been a great journey. And the most important thing is now I have a confidence, like, we are not building a business for 6 years or 10 years or a couple of decades. So we are here building businesses for generations. And I'm sure as a third generation miller, this brand or this millet business will continue for generations. Thank you so much for your support and patient listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shivaram Krishna. So you have very honestly placed what are the requirements from the policy makers. So I perfectly agree with you that knowledge gap is very critical. There's so much of knowledge available in our country, different institutions, different organizations. But then many a time this knowledge remains confined to the papers and scientific books or the labs. It does not come out into the field. Like in agriculture sector in 1979, Dr. Swaminathan, the father of India's Green Revolution, said, we need lab to land. We need to transfer the technology from the labs to the land. Today, that was only for production. Today, we are talking about value chains with greater emphasis on post-harvest management. That's where all these enterprises come in. So today we have to say, from the incubation centers to the workshops, to the factory places, shop floors. So how do you create a platform so that everybody can access? What we can do is that there has to be an electronic platform with open access, where all public sector organizations, private sector organizations can keep posting their technologies, best practices, and any element of knowledge that they have, so that anybody who wants to access can start accessing it. So we welcome our respected Vice Chancellor of the NIFTEM, a central university from Haryana. It is near Haryana, Sonepat. Dr. Vasudevappa is here. So we welcome you. And I'm sure they will, please acknowledge. So he's a very experienced and learned scientist and technology administrator, former Vice Chancellor of the Horticulture University in Karnataka, and presently Vice Chancellor of NIFTEM, which is a central government institute. So we will have the benefit of interacting with him. Thank you very much. And so I was telling you that we need to create a platform. Dr. Dayakar, I was telling that we can create a platform where all technologies that you have developed, CFTRI, NIFTEM, and many other organizations, including State Agriculture University, there are so many now incubation centers, they can all please sit down, they can all go onto that platform, because Mr. Shivaram Krishnan has raised a very valid issue. How do we access technology, particularly small enterprises, medium-scale enterprises? They cannot compete with multinational corporations and other major corporates who can afford to have consultations and consultants, etc. So we need to provide that technology. So like Agri-Innovate is there, for example. In our Ministry of Agriculture, we have something called Agri-Innovate, which facilitates all the technology producers to commercialize it. So there could be many new technologies, and anybody who wants to access can access. So there are platforms already available. So we can use all of the technologies, but I think we need to educate the people that these are available. Many of them will not know. Like, for example, Agri-Innovate, most people don't know. How many of you know there's something called Agri-Innovate? Yeah, I mean, all our scientists will know. All family members will know. What about outside people outside our family? They don't know. But it is that Agri-Innovate, it connects with all the state agriculture universities, all the ICAR centers, and whatever technology is developed, they help in commercializing it. Okay. So there are many organizations like that, but we need to popularize them. So thank you very much for raising this very valid issue. And I'm happy to hear from you that now you're not looking for next 10 years, you're looking for generations to come. Only when you have that kind of a vision, you will make new investments and not just money, but also your mind and knowledge, and then grow up. Thank you very much, Mr. Shivaram Krishnan. So now, friends, we will move from Mr. Shivaram Krishnan to another Krishna. Sai Krishna is here. So we'll have a young entrepreneur here. So I was looking at Krishna Sai's brief. He studied embedded systems. He has built his own enterprise, and then he has divested, made tons of money at his young age. So all youngsters here particularly, please know that if you get into a startup enterprise, grow it into an enterprise, you can also divest at some point of time, make tons of money and move on to the other. All right. So Krishna Sai is somebody like that. And then now he has decided to give his time for popularizing enterprises, startups. So he's now working with our IIMR along with Dr. Dayakar Rao under his mentorship. He has been mentoring a lot of people, Dr. Dayakar. You have been mentoring a lot of youngsters, I am aware. So Krishna Sai is one who is a student turned entrepreneur working. Now is presently focusing on supporting and facilitating the incubation startups. So those who have, आप कल पूछ रहे थे, देखिए ये लड़का है, आप उनके साथ कांटेक्ट कर सकते हैं, ठीक है? जा रहे हैं ना, तो इनके पास जाइए, और डॉक्टर वीरेश का नंबर भी मैंने आपको दिया था, तो ये सब बच्चे आपको सिखा देंगे जो चाहिए, ठीक है? So he is now focusing on facilitating the incubation startups, in structuring, licensing and finding money. वो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है. एंजल इन्वेस्टर चाहिए आपको, वेंचर कैपिटलिस्ट चाहिए होगा, ये सब आपको मदद करेंगे. So Krishna, I welcome you to share your thoughts. Right.
Good morning, everybody present here. My name is Krishna. I'm like the program manager here at Nutri-Hub. A lot of startups that I'm working with definitely know me, and the startups who wish to structure themselves and get facilitated from Nutri-Hub, of course, we are in touch, and of course, I'll try my best to get you all the support that is needed. Having me said, sir, one point where you mentioned made tons of money. That's not tons of money. It made significant, but it puts me at a place where it teaches me something, tons of experience. Experience when I say, when I talk to investors, I did my part. I learned my mistakes. I learned from my mistakes. I understood that there is something called a rejection that happens over and over and over and over. And I did it quite often. And of course, now I've learned how to master some of the basics of business first, and then look out for the opportunities that are there. So coming back to the point where we had a discussion on the policy and facilitation and support that needs to be supported to the startups. So I am just like a representative for the startups who are at like pre-seed level. I'm just a representative here at my individual capacity. The days of my work where I interact with startups, where I get inputs from them, I'm just here just to say what they feel and how it should be converted into in what form like people like you can take decision. So First up, I'll bring in three key points that I want to discuss. One is the type of business where Dr. Raj sir, he's the one who is working at a scale which is substantial and big enough, and a lot of startups look up to him and want to scale up equally as big as his company. At the policy front, sir, I wish there are a few points that I want to bring it to your notice, which startups face and want that to be addressed by the government organizations or government agencies. And at the same time, export. Shiva, sir, you've been much more active in export, and we had an interaction earlier. I know that like the scale that you're working in and the type of approach that you have. Sitting in India, operating a business, .us works there. So I understand how your business works too. So I want to bring in few points that I've shared with others and how and what they have put in back. They're saying that this didn't work out for me. So all three I want to highlight here. So first I want to talk to Raj sir saying that the type of business the startups are, I'm seeing a trend. There are two types of businesses that are there. One is the startup. It's more of like an MSME with innovative products. Like if I say basic products which are packed and they're on the shelves and it goes on the fly. Margins are very thin, and you don't need to educate the people, educate your customers to buy it. It's more of like you have to do execute the production, processing, and then shelving that entire flow supply chain and make it good quality enough with good packaging, and people will buy. But at the same time, these are razor thin margins. So this is where they're feeling okay, that there is a crunch to it. And at the same time, there is one more kind of startup that I would say is a businessman with no innovation, of course, but he sells close to 1 CR of millets every year, and it's just one person run company, and is like one processing plant, and is sells to people. On the other end of the spectrum, where I see startups who have like very nice products, like I see pizza bases to pastas to murukus and all that, and so many different, and bars, nutritional bars, energy bars. These startups are so innovative in coming up with products where they infuse millets into it and try to make it almost like 70, 80, 90, even 100% millet products, which is a very difficult job at their end, and it takes a lot of energy and lot of input from their individual capacity, money, time, for patience, everything. But these products are very niche in the market, and it just sells in very limited quantities. The customers, and educating the customers needs a very big marketing budget, which is very difficult for them to come, because by the time they put up entire energy into building that brand or building that product, they exhaust their entire money, and by the time the threshold hits, see, okay, I need to educate my customer now, so that eat millet or eat millet in this form. It takes a lot of time for them for the conversion. And that's how a lot of startups, I think, over here agree with me too. And that this is a threshold that is this is the barrier that is very difficult. And and at the same time, for the companies which are niche companies or with innovative products, they have very huge margins. Of course, the margins which I'm talking is much more bigger than the previous category that I spoke. So margins are good enough, but at the same time, the volumes are very small. So I want your input, how it could be like something that could be identified, or what suggestions you would put in, so that when we are asking a startup to scale up or make it big, how we can make it possible. Then the policy front, sir, there is one such thing that I want to bring it to your notice, which they say government says millet is something that is very healthy, nutritious, at the same time promotes massively for the campaigns and all that. But small startups all the time face this issue of taxation, and products pricing would be higher. Millets by themselves are higher. It used to be like a common man's food, like a poor man's diet. So it was something like that. But now millets are much expensive, and just to buy millets, per kg millets, which it is replacing, what we are asking them to replace is rice and wheat. It is much more, like 2 or 3 times the price than what it is. So like on the government's front, we say we promote millets and all that, but when it's about GST and when it's about taxation, the pricing and the caps, overheads, all those things, there is not like a significant pricing that comes up to the final books. So that doesn't match. And that is why the businesses also face difficult times in promoting millets and pushing it further. Another thing is endorsements. Endorsement is something. Is there a plan? Can government think of something where endorsements from big heads could be there so that the startups can get facilitated, and millets in general for all the brands could be promoted up, something like that. And then we come to the last part of it, the export. Shiva sir, there was this one person, an individual called Uday Bhaskar. I just asked him to come for this event. I'm sure he must be there somewhere. So Uday Bhaskar is just a retailer, but ironically, while I was scouting for a lot of startups, I found him on Amazon.com, the one which sells in the US. And him, of course, I found your brand too. And but the same person, I asked him, sir, why don't you come and we have a discussion at the office? And he was so kind. He came here and said, I sell like 2.5 pounds or 5 pound bag of like standard millet, just millets. Only primary processing is done, and this he ships to US. I was surprised by the numbers. He sells it at 5,600 for 5 kgs of millets. It may be like 1 or 2 categories, but the differentiation of all the cuttings gone, he just makes 180 rupees from that particular bag of millets that he's selling. And he does around 25 to 50 orders approximately in every quarter. And that is the number of orders that he's doing. And he's not promoting by any means. He's just putting it on the shelf, on the Amazon.com shelf. And they're saying that customers who are responding or buying, they may be Indian or non-Indian customers, but they're looking for the product to be there available, which is not there in their local market. So do you have like a thought where, and at the same time, he says, with so many overheads, if one return hits him back, the money is gone. Like he cannot recover his money. He also put up one more issue saying that when it is smaller quantities, exporting it's very difficult. It's a food product. So food product, when you are doing shipping it through like maybe through flight courier or flight mails, is it necessary that it needs to be going through a lot of the processes that typical containers go through? Is it necessary for that? But again, the government agencies ask to follow all that, and it takes a lot of time. And one more, he said there are some kind of millets that are banned in multiple countries. They don't accept. I'm surprised. I don't know what ban he is actually talking about. Have you ever identified such a case where it is banned? And do you think there is a workaround for it? And for the startups who are looking out for exports, which could be identified, and such things could be brought into their notice, and probably the new startups who are there here can take a note, 1 or 2 from you. So I think this is the I wanted to bring to your notice these few points where your inputs would be valuable for the upcoming startups. And I just said any change for the ecosystem would be it will have implications for the long run. And of course, we'll have further discussion whenever it is possible from you people. And that is it. Thank you for my time, and it was wonderful talking to you.
Thank you very much, Krishna. So you have raised more questions, even while answering many. I think it's important to raise questions. It's not necessary that the speaker who comes here gives all answers. You are as knowledgeable, and you may be having brighter ideas. So Krishna, thank you very much. You have raised many issues in favor of the startups. Yes, I understand that we need to create much more facilitative environment for the startups, because most of the people will be the first generation entrepreneurs. So they are not second generation or third generation like Mr. Shiva Ramakrishnan, for example. And the youngsters in particular who are hailing from rural background, who are first-time graduates, all of who we want them to get into the domain of enterprise, are all first-time entrepreneurs. There's a lot of risk involved. So certainly we need to facilitate. Thank you very much. We'll keep all these things in mind. So now we'll have a few questions, but you have to hurry up. In fact, already Stanley came and whispered into my ears that jaldi se khatam kariye. तो तो आप जब पूछेंगे, okay, थोड़ा हल्का सा प्रश्न पूछिए. Yeah, madam, you have to ask a very crisp question or make observation. Yeah. Because you are supposed to be sitting here and answering.
No,
You are from the University of Home Science. Okay.
no, it was a wonderful interactions and discussions. Thank you, Chairperson, sir. To Dr. Sivaramakrishnan, I'm from Coimbatore, Avinashlingam Home Science University. So we had just finished completing a project from DST on biodegradable cutleries and all that. We have developed a machine. And we have completed the project, but we have taken up a consultancy even from Trivandrum. Our professors, Dr. Rajeshwari and group. And it's 4 hours journey from Tiruchirappalli to Coimbatore. So we can always interact, and here we are. And again, I just want to make the forum and policy makers that though we have 8 years back, we decided that I was a subcommittee member of ICAR on micronutrients. We decided that we were taking a decision that Government of India will initiate definitely the supply of millets in PDS. So it's again a request, not as a policymaker or as a nutritionist, but as a common man. I just put it that this convention should recommend Government of India. Yesterday, many speakers have given, definitely, unless it comes in PDS, all our education and community programs will go in vain. It should be available for the common man. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Yeah. Yes, you have made a very strong recommendation for including the millets in the public distribution system. Yeah, we will certainly be taking it forward. Thank you very much. And
Sir,
I would also request you, madam, to be in touch with our respected vice chancellors sitting here. Because what you are doing, or they are doing on a grander scale. So you should visit their institute, one of the best institutes in the country. And you are one of the oldest institutes in the country. So both of you should get in together. Yeah. Or yeah. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. There,
sir,
there.
sir,
Yeah.
I have.
That's it. Yes, I'll come. You are okay. You are already having a mic. You speak. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
After that, you'll come. Okay. Yeah. Please. Go.
Since yesterday, we've been discussing quite a lot on the demand generation in millets, while a lot of efforts are being made by the government bodies and even entrepreneurs on the production front. But I feel on the demand generation front, I think it is a function of mostly marketing thing and all. And moreover, in millets, we are not competing with the same category of millet products. We are not competing within millets. We are competing with established items like rice and wheat-based products and all. So it requires a lot of, expenditure on the marketing front. And especially like Sir has brought out about influencer marketing, what has done in Bolivia. Okay, why can't a similar thing be done in India by the government bodies, especially using celebrities? Like if you remember 10-15 years back, they did a lot for the promotion of tourism. A lot of celebrities they were using for a promotion of the tourism in the respective states. Why can't, government come forward? Because entrepreneurs do not have the kind of budgets for using influencer marketing and all. So this is a suggestion. You could just throw some light on that.
And so what you're saying, yeah. Dr. Dayakara will respond to you. You are saying how to create a demand. Yeah. Please respond. Yeah. Thank you.
I think it's already on the cards, and very soon you find not one brand ambassador, but several brand ambassadors. It is being scouted, and I think the government level, they're going to bring forth for millet brand ambassadors. And we are also trying to scout some international figures within the brand ambassadors. In fact, celebrities could be a sports personality, a nutritionist, a chef, and of course, a film fraternity. So I think if you have any other popular figures, I think we were also floated that the regional brand.
If you don't mind, take the mic closer to your
regional brand ambassadors also.
Yeah.
Regional brand ambassadors are taken from various parts, various state specifics brand ambassadors. So some budget is also being allocated. So you can be sure that within 3 months of time, I think you'll find many such where I think that bring a lot of traction. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dayakar. Yes, please. Up. Yeah. No, next. First, yes, quickly. Yeah, we'll come to you. Yes.
थैंक यू चेयरपर्सन. मैं ओडिशा से आया हूँ सर. जो हम प्रोडक्ट प्रमोशन के लिए मैं क्वेश्चन कृष्णा सर से पूछ रहा हूँ. जो
ग्रास रूट लेवल से जो प्रोडक्ट बना के मार्केट करना चाहते हैं, गवर्नमेंट के ओर से उनको कुछ हेल्प मिलता है या ओनली एसएचजी और ऐसे ही रह जाता है? मिलेट बेस्ड प्रोडक्ट को प्रमोट करने के लिए कैसे वो प्रमोट करेंगे अपने ग्रास रूट से?
ओके, आपण पचारुचंती प्रमोशन ऑफ मिलेट्स कोस तरह रे
वैल्यू एडेड प्रोडक्ट्स.
वैल्यू एडेड प्रोडक्ट्स
Yes.
स्टार्टअप्स
Startups.
स्टार्टअप्स में तो आप लोग डिस्कस करेंगे बहुत स्टार्टअप्स के लिए से आई वाज टॉकिंग टू ओडिया ओके बिकॉज़ ही इज फ्रॉम ओडिशा फ्रॉम कलाहांडी डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन ऑफ द मोस्ट now it is developed one of the most backward districts of the country where I had the privilege of working as a collector. So these were young people who worked with me at that point of time. There are a lot of initiative support of the government. मैं आपको बहुत बताता हूँ. स्टार्टअप के लिए वेबसाइट आप चेक कर लीजिए. अगर मिनिस्ट्री का वेबसाइट विजिट करेंगे स्टार्टअप्स के लिए गवर्नमेंट का क्या क्या फैसिलिटीज है. So definition of startup is, I hope you know, annual turnover should not be more than 1 crore. Registration या incorporation से शुरू करके 10 साल तक उसको हम स्टार्टअप कहते हैं. और स्टार्टअप्स के लिए इंक्यूबेशन फैसिलिटीज सपोर्ट क्या मिलेगा, इन्वेस्टमेंट सपोर्ट क्या मिलेगा, कोलैटरल फ्री सपोर्ट क्या मिलेगा, वो सब तो वेबसाइट पर दिया गया है. आपण चेक करंतु सब मिलेगा आपको. ठीक है जी. सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप है या फार्मर प्रोड्यूसर्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन तांकर पे कौन सपोर्ट होची से भी आपको जना पड़िबो. हम मंत्रालय रे बहुत गुडे सपोर्ट दिया जाउची फार्मर प्रोड्यूसर्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस को. तो आपण हमर मंत्रालय रो वेबसाइट विजिट करंतु सब जना पड़िबो आपको. ठीक है जी ना. यस या quickly you have to hurry up. Ms. Sandy will finish last 2 questions, we'll close. Okay.
Hello sir, thank you.
Yeah, then next session. No, that
So-
is closing ceremony.
So my question is to sir Rajshekhar sir. So see we see like I'm from my name is Ramani and I'm from Odisha working with Odisha Millet Mission. My question is like, how do you see the life of a startup? Like, as you were mentioning, like when the big companies, they come, they enter, okay? They come later, but the startup drive these things. Like we see a lot of value added millets products here. And once the big company enters, like in, for example, in the telecom sector, now we hardly like 2 to 3, 4 industry is operating or something. When the big companies, when the multinational companies enter into this sector, how do you see the life of a startup who are into this value-added product business? Yeah.
So, Krishna, you want to answer that? I think Ms. Rajshekhar can answer that.
So I think 2, 3 things. One is typically, I think there was a recent study done in US by one of the universities where they said the survival rate of startups is about 50%. That is, they've taken 5 years from the start of inception, and then at the end of 5 years, they found that 50% of the companies in some form or other, they are surviving. So obviously, business means there's some amount of risk, and then some will succeed, some will not succeed. And second, I think one of the biggest reasons for failures is the product market fit. So you have to have the right product for the market you have chosen. And then second is obviously funding and a few other things. So the way I see it is, one is of course, if we do all this promotions, etc., then it'll help the startups to kind of reduce their marketing spend and their burn. So I think we have seen a lot of models where people raise huge amounts of money and then throw their money at consumers, this freebies. A lot of times that's not sustainable. To cut it short, one is, I think, based on what kind of money is possibly available, you have to do, because everyone, everyone doesn't have to brand, everyone doesn't have to do everything, right? So you have to specialize. One is it could be in sourcing, it could be in production, or it could be just in branding and marketing. And branding and marketing is a very expensive affair. So you need deep pockets. So that's why you need to choose your market very carefully. And then second is also have that power to sustain. But I guess some will stay small, some will grow, and some will become over a period of time fairly big. So you'll have the entire spectrum. I guess there's not much time. Perhaps we can speak sometime later in more detail. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Rajshekhar. Yes, there's always, it is very tough for MSME sector to compete with corporate sector. These challenges are always there, but government has its policy support for MSME sector. For example, under Atmanirbhar Bharat, you have seen a lot of hand-holding that has come forth. You have seen, particularly during Corona time, when we realized that there was a lot of layoff, the businesses were not able to pay the provident fund. Government said, I will bear the expense on your part. Then there is a credit guarantee trust fund where you can get collateral-free loans. So government does try to handhold. There are price preferences, purchase preferences, and different state governments also adopt their own facilitative environment. When you say price and purchase preference, that means even if you are not able to compete in the tender with a multinational company, you are given certain concession there. So there are things, and of course, allotment of land, estates for the small scale industry, for the medium scale industry, very specialized, dedicated industrial estates are built by the state governments. So there are a lot of facilities available. Even then, I know it is difficult. You have to come with my little experience in industry department. Let me tell you, you have to continuously innovate. You have to continuously innovate, and you have to cater to a particular segment of the population, consumers. Your advantage as MSME is that you can meet the specific demands of a consumer, unlike an MNC, which is a mass scale production. And you will have to bring in digital technology these days. You must bring in digital technology. And one of the biggest challenges, according to me, is maintaining quality standards. Unlike a corporate house, you cannot have quality testing labs, for example. So the governments have to take, the state governments do take initiative, and Tamil Nadu is one of the, you are from Tamil Nadu? From Odisha, Odisha, I know what it is. Where we are trying to, including Odisha, where we try to promote common facility center for testing of quality, so that you can all utilize that. So there are many things which they do, but yet I know it is very difficult, very challenging. So we'll have to take care of that. Okay, last question here now.
Not the question, sir. It's only a comment.
Observation.
Yes. See, if we look back NIN and NMB data, 1950s, 60s in this country, average Indian was eating approximately 400 grams of cereals, which predominantly the millets. And today we are not even eating the 250. That's why NIN has come down now with the 240 cereals, only 240 grams of cereals, and 1/3 of it should go.
Yes.
But my only request to the startups and the industries here, we should not abuse the grain for the sake of taste or for their profit. If you abuse the grain with a highly processed one, again there will be another convention that now we have thrown almost the rice. Rice is not a bad, which we have abused the rice with a highly processed. Likewise, the millets also, if you highly process it, they are no different than rice. Therefore, we have to minimal processing is required. Otherwise, there is no difference between these two cereals.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, last question, please. Yeah. Mr. Stanley? Come. Yeah, last question. Yeah.
Good morning. This is Ram Subba from Mibbles. So since yesterday we are hearing you, sir, you talked about all the farming. So my question is on the farming, Because we have two types of grains. One is major millets and minor millets. Major millets are plenty abundantly available, but the farmer is not getting a right price because last 1 month, 1.5 months, I am observing the price of bajra and then kodo, then brown top millet. So brown top millet was 1.5 months back was 2,500 rupees. Now the price is 4,500 rupees. There is a gap of 2,000 rupees per quintal. But the farmer is not getting the price because as soon as the crop comes out, he will sell it. So how to maximize the price of the farmer? As soon as the harvesting comes, he will sell it, and the crop will go to the godowns. So now we are talking about the doubling of the income of the farmer. So in this, there should be some mechanism, where the farmer can get, the right price, because we are also signing with the APOs to give the optimum price to the farmer. In the state of Andhra Pradesh, the millet price is fixed at 2,500 rupees per quintal, but we have signed a agreement with the APOs at least 3,200, 3,250 to 3,500. So therefore, there should be some mechanism where the farmer get the maximum price. That is my question, sir.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. See, your issue relates not only to bajra or any millet. It is an issue relative to all the agriculture produce. We are aware that the share of the farmer in the consumer's rupee needs to improve. For that, we need a lot of improvements in the marketing structure. We need to bring in online trade platforms so that the producers are able to connect directly with the consumers to the best extent possible. So there are many challenges. Government has made a lot of initiatives. For example, ENAM is there. We're improving market structure. That means trying to create more markets so that there is no monopoly of one single market. So there are many initiatives we have taken, but a lot more needs to be done. The farm trade law was brought in only to ensure that anybody in the country from anywhere can purchase from anywhere. Unfortunately, that law had to be withdrawn. So I'm sure in due course of time, we'll also have a central trade law. And the aim of the government is to create one nation, one market, so that the farmer sitting in a village in Kuppam, for example, is able to sell in Kerala or in Kanpur. Okay, so a lot of modifications are being done. Yeah, we'll request Dr. Vasudeva. Yes.
Yeah, good morning, sir. And
please, good morning.
And our most respected Talwai Saab and all the delegates who are here. In fact, I have been listening a lot of these issues related to the promotion, maybe mentoring, and including the startups and the incubation facilities, branding, marketing, and all this. I know this has been a major challenge. Next year, we are running towards the International Year of Millets. Probably keeping that in view, I want to just inform you about some of the policies that are taken up by the Ministry of Food Processing Industries. Because I know this is a very big activity which we have planned for the next year. So here, the thing is that now that all of you know, there is one concept called ODOP. That is one district, one product. And in the entire country, about 14 states are identified for millets. And we are going to have the millet awareness building conclaves in all these 14 states. So in the state capitals, maybe. And that is going to really create the awareness as far as the millets are concerned. That is one thing which is very, very important for us. That apart, I think I know the startups, especially those who are in these districts of ODOP with millets, they can avail even the funding support with a subsidy of 35% from the Ministry of Food Processing Industries. There is a good scheme, and it has been, maybe I think tailor-made, especially for the startups. And on a priority basis, it is given as a special case in 1 year, another 1 year. So probably that is one thing. 35% means you can, it's up to 10 lakh rupees is a subsidy. So that means you can avail a loan up to 40 lakh rupees. And that would be really useful for every one of you. That is another part of it. That apart, I think, some of the institutes, across the whole country in different states have been identified as mentoring institutes. Probably here, one thing is that we are establishing the incubation facilities in each of these institutes, which can be utilized by the local, the manufacturers, food processors or manufacturers, can be used for, establishing their own, I would say, the product and also the business part of it. This is another big area where awareness is also created for maybe the branding and marketing, which is very, very important. I know one big thing with millets is that we think that whatever the knowledge or the know-how we have is accepted by the market. No, that is not the correct approach, I would say. Probably that is the reason many of us are failing. So we need to really look at what is that is really required. This today's market, I would say the health market is very, very important and looks towards the safety and quality of the product. That is very important. The hygiene. These are the three things which are always compromised, and probably we land up with a product which we feel it is good, but it is not accepted by the market. So this is something which you need to really take care. And probably the DPR preparation is another one thing which you need to have some people like Krishna who can really help us. And I know there are people, economists, maybe the business management groups and all that, who are now well exposed for such of these things. This is another big area where we can bring in. And the other part of it is, as was said, maybe minimal processing is one which is essentially required for this. That apart, I think we need to go for a specialty products as well, which can cater to the niche market of the whole country, not only the country, even the world. I think this is another big area and a big challenge and a huge market. I think these are things probably all of you can really look at the website of, I would say, the Ministry of Food Processing Industries. You get lots of information. This is something which I thought I should bring forward for the benefit of each one of you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. So we have, okay, I think we'll now come to the closure. So let me share a few schemes that we have for this. Okay, friends, I think, see, we have to close. I know that a lot of hands still rising, but then we have more sessions. And also, I understand that the Director General of Indian Council of Agriculture Research, Dr. Pathak, Himanshu Pathak, is also coming. So you will be also listening to his address. So you know a lot more things. I just thought that before closing, since this was a session on policies relating, as we said, to production, post-production, and demand creation, what is government doing? What are the schemes it already has? Must be shared with you in brief. We don't want you to go away with an impression that कुछ नहीं हुआ है, बहुत कुछ हो रहा है. तो आपको हमारे वाइस चांसलर साहब ने भी बहुत आपको जानकारी इसके बारे में दिया है. तो मैं भी आपको कुछ देता हूँ. फर्स्ट इज ऑन द प्रोडक्शन की सप्लाई और डिमांड दोनों को एक ही बार हमको लक्ष्य में रखना चाहिए. So for production, what we have done, there is a scheme called National Mission on Sustainable Agriculture, NMSA. So under NMSA, we have got, National Food Security Mission, NFSM. Under National Food Security Mission, we have a sub-scheme dedicated to millets. So we give a lot of support, including subsidies, to the farmers on seeds, on package of practices like inputs. And we are trying to bring in new areas under millets. So the focus is on increasing the productivity, that's called vertical increase, and simultaneously horizontal expansion. Horizontal expansion includes, for example, to grow millets in the post-Kharif fallow lands. After the farmers have harvested paddy, for example, there is a lot of moisture still left. That land is left vacant. And our assessment is that 12 million hectares of land in the country is not being utilized where there is good moisture. So in those kind of areas, we are promoting pulses, oil seeds, and millets. So more area will come under millets. So we are targeting higher output through higher productivity and area expansion. So there is a scheme under the National Food Security Mission. Second one is we are releasing more varieties. And incidentally, in crops like bajra, private sector is very active. Within the millet segment, bajra is the most prominent crop. It accounts for 10 million hectares, 10 million tons. And next is sorghum with around 4.5 million tons. And for bajra, the private sector is very active in releasing seeds, high-yielding seed varieties, hybrids. So there are lots of new varieties. By now, almost 240 number of cultivars have been released by private government sectors, etc. Our own IIMR also is working a lot on this. So that is about these seeds. Then we are promoting seed hubs. A good seed, a certified seed, will bring about an increase in productivity by 25%. You don't have to do anything. You increase the seeds, increase the use of certified seeds, the productivity goes up by 25%. So we have created a large number of seed hubs now, so that the farmers are able to buy or get on at concession improved seeds. So that is the seed hub. Then on the marketing side, there are a lot of initiatives. So we realize that yes, as the farmers improve their production, there must be somebody to purchase, as one or two of you raised the issue. So what we have done is, now there is greater focus on millets, on pulses and oil seeds. So minimum support price is very important. In the year 2018, government has adopted a new MSP policy. According to this MSP policy, the minimum support price today is a minimum of costs of production plus 50% of the cost of production. That means the margin of profit is minimum 50%, which was not the rule earlier. So in result, since 2018, if you look at the data, you'll realize that MSP for millets has grown up substantively. Earlier, only wheat and paddy were getting this benefit. So with this MSP, there is a greater incentive for the farmers. We also know announcing MSP is not enough. We must also procure. So there is a new procurement policy now. And that procurement policy is called as PM Asha. So we have procurement through Food Corporation of India, and there is something called PM Asha. So now we are procuring commodities that were not procured earlier. Millets. The state governments are given financial support by the Food Corporation of India, and they have to purchase. The only condition is that you have to use that. Many of you raised the issue and you also suggested that whatever we consume must be utilized. So we have told the state governments that you procure and put it into your public distribution system. They can buy less of wheat and paddy, but buy some of millets. Then ICDS, then hostels. So states like Karnataka, Odisha, and Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, they've already started doing this thing. They have taken the initiative. ICDS, for example, in Odisha, they are serving millet-based food to them. Karnataka has been giving ragi through their public distribution system, and this year they are starting sorghum. Odisha has got a special initiative of procuring millets now for starting this year. So the state governments are coming forth. So that is the next initiative. Then we have got what is called a ENAM, Electronic National Agriculture Market. With that, the farmers can do online trade. So this the mediators who may be taking a lot of share in that will come down slowly, so that ENAM is there. Then farmer producers organizations. We are setting up 10,000 farmer producers organization, not only for millets, for all crops, but a lot of them are also around millets. So once the farmers come together into producers organizations, they will be able to have efficient production system and also marketing system. On the processing side, as our respected Vice Chancellor was saying, government has several initiatives. One of them is what is called Agriculture Infrastructure Fund. We have set up Agriculture Infrastructure Fund worth rupees 1 lakh crore under the Atmanirbhar Bharat. Of course, it's meant for many things. Millets can also access that to set up different kinds of facilities, including infrastructure. It could be storehouses, it could be transportation facilities, it could be processing facilities. So there is an Agriculture Infrastructure Fund. Then there is something called as Prime Minister's Formalization of Micro Food Enterprises, PMFE. That is worked through the Ministry of Food Processing. Rupees 10,000 crore corpus fund has been created for that. The purpose is all the micro industries who are in the food sector, they want to upgrade their technology. So 2 lakh micro food enterprises in the country will be supported under this scheme. So this is next one. Then we have got something called as RKVY Raftar, that is worked by the Minister of Agriculture. Under RKVY Raftar, we give support to set up startups, incubation centers, and other kinds of post-harvest initiatives. Then we have got something called PM Sampada Yojana. Under PM Sampada Yojana, food parks are set up in the country. So the millets or anything else, they can also come. So there are several of these initiatives. And then we are promoting hand-holding through centers of excellence. So 3 centers of excellence have been set up only for millets. Indian Institute of Millet Research is the principal center of excellence for all millets, whether it's major millet or minor millet. And that's right here in Hyderabad. The second center of excellence is in Bangalore or Bengaluru, Center of Excellence for Small Millets. That is there in University of Agriculture Sciences, Bangalore. So those people from that region can access that. The third Center of Excellence for Bajra is there in Chaudhry Charan Singh Agriculture University, Hisar. Because Bajra is very prominent that side, Rajasthan, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh. So we've got 3 centers of excellence. And apart from that, of course, several institutes like NIFTEM, National Institute of Food Technology and Enterprise Management, CFTRI Mysore. Then we got CFTRI and then NIFTEM campus in Tiruvananthapuram in Tamil Nadu. Yeah, so Tanjavur. So there are many institutes, you can actually access them. Then we have got now large number of agri-business centers, technology business incubators. Here in Hyderabad, we've got NARM, National Academy of Agriculture Research and Management, which is a very robust organization. So there are large number of TBIs today, both in the government sector and the private sector, where you can access. So you should keep all these things in mind. And then more importantly, more specifically, to promote startups, we've got Startup India. I told you startup is any entity that is registered under one of the acts. It could be a Companies Act, it could be a partnership firm, it could be simply a society. So any kind of an entity, legal entity, for 10 years is called a startup. But one important character of a startup is it has to be innovative. And then it uses technology. You may start a small shop somewhere. It is not a startup. Startup is something which is innovative and brings in technology. So Startup India has a lot of facilities in terms of loans, in terms of hand-holding, in terms of guidance. So look at the website. Then we've got Stand Up India. That is for women and the weaker sections of the society. So Stand Up India, every bank branch in India has been told they must finance at least 2 industries, micro industries, belonging to a weaker section or a woman. There's something also that Stand Up India is there. Then there is something called a Mudra. So there are several initiatives of the government where somebody wanting to set up a small enterprise can access these things. Okay. So and then of course, for people who grow from startup to an enterprise, you have, as I told you, many initiatives, but most important is PLI, potential linked, performance linked incentive. So based on your performance, you get a financial support. Production linked incentive. So that is also given by our Department of Industries and Internal Trade. So there are several initiatives. What I would suggest is, please go to the websites of different ministries and study those things, so that you can then go to these institutions and ask for clarifications. You'll be able to enter into a meaningful discussion. So I will stop here, and these are the policies. And in view of the International Year of Millets, the Government of India has adopted what is called 7 Sutras. Okay, we have finished. 7 Sutras. Please remember, all the ministries, including the Minister of External Affairs, are involved in this. Enhancement of production, Department of Agriculture and ICAR. Nutrition and health benefits, Ministry of Health and the FSSAI. Value addition, processing and recipe development, Ministry of Food Processing and Ministry of Tourism. Entrepreneurship, startups, collective development, Ministry of Commerce and Ministry of Agriculture. Awareness creation, some of you are talking about it. Awareness creation, branding, labeling and promotion, all ministries of Government of India. International outreach, Ministry of External Affairs and Ministry of Commerce. All the embassies now are engaged in this. And policy interventions is being looked after, are being looked after by 2 ministries, Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Public Distribution and Food. So you will now realize that various ministries are working together, and Niti Aayog is leading this initiative. So all of us are working with Niti Aayog. So all the issues that you raised and observations you have made, very correctly you have made, they're all being taken care of. And IIMR is leading as an anchor. So you can always connect yourself with IIMR, and they will be able to clarify a lot of things. And whatever suggestions you give, they'll be able to escalate them up to us at Delhi. So thank you very much, and we will close it here. I will thank Mr. Ramakrishnan and also Shivaramakrishnan and Krishna Sai and co-chairman Mr. Rajshekhar and all of you for active participation, and we close it here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Chairman, sir, Ashok Dalwai, sir. Sir, as every time, you could be able to connect the people very nicely, though it was slightly extended. That magic I have to learn from you, how to connect every audience. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing the session. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Rajshekhar Reddy Seelam, from MD Shrestha Organics also to co-chair the session, and also we thank Mr. Shivaramakrishnan, founder Blissfree, and also Mr. Krishna Sai. They were the panelists of this session, and the next session we are starting. I'll call all. Madhuri ke jagah inka naam. The next session will be the most awaited session of many of the people, millet exports, marketing, branding and commercialization approaches. Especially from APIDA, I welcome Dr. Tarun Bajaj, Director APIDA, to chair the session. Sir, I welcome you, sir, to come to the stage to chair the session. Let us clap and welcome, sir. I welcome Dr. B. Dayakar Rao, CEO Nutri-Cereal, to co-chair this session. And the keynote address will be given by Dr. Tarun Bajaj himself, Director APIDA. And we have panelists here, Mr. V. Shivaramakrishnan again. Sir, I welcome you, sir, to the stage. Mr. Jabir from Millets or Jolai Food. Mr. KVRS Reddy, Tatwa Millet and Food Products. Ms. Kabita Dev, Samarpan Nature Farm. Ms. Sri Laya from Deccan Development Society. I welcome Ms. Sharmila Oswal, Basilica Organic. I welcome Mr. Afsal, Magnum Foods Private Limited. Sir, please come to the stage. I welcome Ms. Silpi with Bites. She is on the way, she will be joining. I welcome you all to the stage and give the platform to the chair. You can stand here and see.
कैसे shift करना? कैसे shift
Down.
Good morning to everyone. Dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. This session is, of course, all sessions are important, but this session is going to take care of marketing, branding, and exports. कुछ भी प्रोड्यूस कर देना काफी नहीं है जब तक के मार्केट नहीं है। कहा यह जाता है कि आप हमें मार्केट दे दीजिए, हम प्रोड्यूस जो चाहोगे कर देंगे। मार्केट वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, बिकॉज वंस यू हैव द डिमांड, the supply can be catered. There used to be two theories. One theory says, let me produce and then I'll see which is the market and I'll be able to sell it. That's a very difficult thing to sell it, and very difficult thing to market also. But there is another, let me have the market, take my own share in that market, a demand which is already there, and then I take care of the supply side of it. So to begin with, I'll be taking you to the journey of exports, because exports are very important. We'll talk of exports. I'll share some information about exports, and then I'll hand over to my dear colleague, Dr. Dayakar Rao, who is the co-chairperson, to take this session further. And then end of it, of course, we'll have question answer sessions where we will be able to happy to answer a few of the questions. And even after that, we will be available to answer your questions also. Do we have a presentation? Okay. Just some information on exports we'll share. Of course, the production is 17.5 million. And the export is hardly 0.09. This shows half the theory of half glass full or half glass empty. We can see from that angle. There is an opportunity, just to tell you on that. Excuse me. Okay, just come. And the exports, which are there is a 7% increase in our exports. अभी तक कुछ बहुत ज़्यादा हुआ नहीं, but 7% increase. I am talking here of millet. I'm not talking millet products. The same increase we have seen in cereal preparation category, because in the millet products comes under the cereal preparation category, and we have seen around 7 to 10% export growth in this sector also. Okay, and the major destination, of course, the destination, of course, are, you can see, I'm going to tell you why this is important to understand. UAE, Nepal, Saudi Arabia, Libya, Oman. These are the traditional markets, and next, please. I think this remote is not working. Okay. USA is leading and India is among the number 2. But the next slide will show the actual markets. International markets you see are Indonesia, Belgium, Japan, Germany, Mexico, Italy, USA, UK, Brazil, jahan abhi hamari pahunch nahi hai. I showed you the markets where we are, and this is the actual international market. So that means we have an opportunity. These are the already markets, and these are developed markets, and we are yet to reach that market. So that shows that there is an opportunity. And okay, what we have to now do in this direction is that we have to develop clusters. Of course, Dr. Dayakar Rao and others will take care of it. The units have to be modern units. Please, even the startups, when you come and want to establish units, don't go for primitive technology. Please do not invest in primitive technology that will burn your money unnecessarily. Go for the latest technology, the modern technology. Otherwise, your economies of scale will not come in that. You will be wasting your resources and the output will not be there much. So go for modern technology, and of course, start from the incubation centers also. There are a lot of new products are being developed by various institutes. Even IIMR has also developed various products, but develop new and innovative products. Here, when we talk of exports, it is not sufficient to develop dosa, idli, noodles, etc. I want to tell you this thing. This may be good for our domestic market, also maybe for some international market where our ethnic populations are other there. But it is most important to do R&D and find out which are the product of their taste in that particular market and develop those products. That is most important. Then we can reach to the mainstream population. And once we reach to the mainstream population, then we get the volume and it is easier to then market it. So when we say innovative products, I'm saying yes, we have done innovative products of which we are doing, probably good for Indian market, but do search which are available for the international market also. I give you one example. We export buffalo meat to the world, and exporters realized that they use it and make a soup in Korea. And we have now started preparing soup in India of their taste. Yahan koi nahi peeta. Of their taste, and the containers are going. So it is important that while developing, we should also look the products of their taste, which is most important. Branding, of course, is required. We have to do a lot of branding, and for branding, startups rightly said, it burns a lot. But once a startup is picking up, there are angel investors, they come forward and they do help in giving money. And for branding, you can use the help of angel investors for branding your products. But while branding and marketing, it is very important that what kind of a branding and marketing we have to do. Dr. Reddy, Mr. Reddy in his initial said that we should spend money. We take money from the angels investors and then we pass on in the name of branding to the consumers without realizing there is a balance of it. It has to be sustainable. We see to it that we do branding which is actually recoverable. पैसा बहुत कीमती है, ब्रांडिंग में कोई अंत नहीं है, तो कौन सा मीडियम सेलेक्ट करना बहुत जरूरी है. Today's model, influencer marketing is picking up very fast. We go for influencer marketing. This is slowly in the social media. Up heavy money spending on TV and on radio and other things may not be workable. I'm not saying yes or depends on your model, your target audience who are there. But you have to see what money I spend on branding and how much I'm going to take it back. That is equally important. Of course, shelf life, we have to, then the institute is already working in this direction. Grading also, they are working in that direction. Very important is that we have to link our FPOs, startups with the exporters. Here we come forward. We do this kind of exercise. We organize outreach programs where we invite FPOs, our startup companies, our established exporters, and then also it depends on the area where we are conducting, we also invite importers from abroad. FPO शुरू में सीधा नहीं कर पाएंगे एक्सपोर्ट, कर सकते हैं तो अच्छी बात है, हो सकता है नहीं कर पाएंगे क्योंकि there are so many things to understand. So they can link it to the already established exporters. कि शुरू में हम आपको सप्लाई कर देंगे प्रोडक्ट्स. सेम विद स्टार्टअप्स आल्सो. हम आपको प्रोडक्ट सप्लाई कर देंगे डोमेस्टिक मार्केट में. कितना बड़ा फायदा आप बताएंगे कि मेरे को वहां डोमेस्टिक मार्केट में देने का ये है कि मेरा पैसा सुरक्षित है. घूम फिर के सारी चीजें हैं, मेरा पैसा सुरक्षित होना जरूरी है. जो मर्जी कर लें, मेरा पैसा सेफ होना बहुत जरूरी है. तो शुरू में ये भी सोच सकते हैं कि मैं एक एस्टैब्लिश को एक्सपोर्टर को सप्लाई दे दूं कि आपका कंटेनर जा रहा है, उस कंटेनर में एक सपोज देयर इज अ डिमांड ऑफ मिल्क बेस्ड प्रोडक्ट्स आल्सो, मिलेट बेस्ड प्रोडक्ट्स आल्सो, देन आई एम आल्सो अ सप्लायर. आप मेरे प्रोडक्ट को लें क्योंकि जरूरी नहीं है आपके पास पूरा लोड हो एक कंटेनर का 40 फीट का या 20 फीट कंटेनर का भी लोड हो. आप शुरू में उनके साथ मिल सकते हैं. और आपको सेफ्टी क्या है, क्योंकि आपके डोमेस्टिक मार्केट में आपका पैसा कुछ सेफ है आपके साथ में. लेकिन अगर इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में जाते हैं, मैं प्रैक्टिकल बात कर रहा हूं, हम बोलते हैं LSC लो, एडवांस लो, सब करो, लेकिन प्रैक्टिकली जब बिजनेस करने जाता है तो बायर बोलता है जब मेरे को ये बगैर एडवांस बगैर LC के दे रहा है तो तुम तो भी नए नए आए हो, व्हाई शुड आई टेक फ्रॉम यू. फिर आप सोचते हो चलो रिस्क लेने में कोई हर्ज नहीं है, मुझे माल बेचना है. ऐसे बहुत लोग हैं जो डूब भी गए हैं. एक्सपोर्ट में अगर सक्सेस है तो फेलियर भी बहुत बड़ी है, बहुत बड़ा नुकसान है. इसलिए वन हैज टू बी केयरफुल. तो हम शुरू में ये सजेस्ट करते हैं कि अगर आप सीधा एक्सपोर्ट नहीं कर पा रहे तो आप लिंक करें और उनके साथ मिलकर आप एक्सपोर्ट कर सकते हैं. देन ग्रेजुअली यू ऑल्सो गो एंड स्टार्ट doing your own export. A common platform, of course, we are developing, and that will be there. We can share information that gradually this platform will become an information source where you can source all kind of information. कौन startup है, कितने startup हैं, वो क्या क्या produce करें एक platform पे. This information is going to be stored and that will be available for everybody in this area. हम लोग, अब मैं बताता हूं कि हम लोग इसमें थोड़ा सा एफर्ट्स क्या कर रहे हैं कि हम लोग बायर सेलर मीट ऑर्गेनाइज कराते हैं. आई एम नाउ कमिंग टू द प्रैक्टिकल पार्ट ऑफ इट. वी ऑर्गेनाइज बायर सेलर मीट्स एंड बायर सेलर मीट्स आर विद इन इंडिया एंड आउटसाइड इंडिया. सो दोज हु आर स्टार्टअप्स, दोज हु आर ऑलरेडी एक्सपोर्टर्स, please do registered with EPIDA, because then you can get information and get your whatever is happening, because you can link it to our website also, then find out what is happening these days. Up December onwards, since it is International Year of Millet, many activities are planned. कम से कम 20 तो international trade fairs में जाना है, and they are specific millet specific international trade fairs. बहुत से buyer seller meet होने वाली हैं internationally और यहाँ पर भी. तो आप लोग लिंक में रहें, उससे then you will get an opportunity to link it to the buyers directly, because trade fair is a very important medium, because there you get an opportunity to link it to the buyers directly. आपके पास आपको ज्यादा ढूंढने की भी जरूरत नहीं है, you can get it. Let me tell you, the statistics which I showed you, the millet demand is increasing. Millet product demand is increasing, and their products are also increasing day by day. The demand is there, and we have already lined up with this Indian Institute of Millet Research to conduct various products, various events for us, and then develop various products for this again. Let me tell you now, coming to the conclusion of this, COVID के बाद हेल्थ फूड्स की डिमांड बहुत बढ़ गई, बार बार कह रहे हैं सब लोग बार बार कह रहे हैं, और हम महसूस भी कर रहे हैं. आप खुद भी देखिए, जब आप जाते हैं आपको कोई एतराज नहीं होता, आपको एक प्रोडक्ट मिल जाए जिसमें कि थोड़ा हेल्थ भी बेनिफिट है, आप चाहते हो कि इसको हम ले लें. गुड अपॉर्चुनिटी फॉर दिस, कि आपके लिए मिलेट बेस्ड प्रोडक्ट्स है, विच इज सुपर फूड, फाइबर बेस है, और कोई भी नहीं चाहेगा कि मैं इस प्रोडक्ट को ले लूं. जरूरी क्या है कि मैं एक अलग से एक प्रोडक्ट बना दूं और फिर मैं उसे बेचने के लिए जाऊं, बहुत मुश्किल है. Try to develop within India, if you are doing, or wherever there is, try to take already existing demand. जिस चीज की ऑलरेडी डिमांड है, जिसका प्रोडक्ट का कंज्यूमर को ऑलरेडी पता है, उस डिमांड में से थोड़ा सा शेयर मैं ले लूं, उसकी कोशिश करना. पहले मैंने एक अजीब सा एक प्रोडक्ट बना दिया, आई एम सॉरी टू से, और उसको मैं बेचने जाऊंगा. बहुत अच्छा प्रोडक्ट होगा, मैं नहीं कह रहा हूं, लेकिन जब बेचने के लिए पैसा चाहिए, उतना पैसा इन्वेस्ट करने के लिए पता नहीं है कि नहीं है. बिकॉज डेवलपिंग अ टेस्ट and adapting the product to the customer state is a huge exercise. हम सब जानते हैं, शुरू में मैगी आई तो कितने साल लग गए उनको हमारे टेस्ट को, बट्स को डेवलप करने के लिए. एक बार मैगी आ गई तो उसके बाद कई नूडल आ गए, कई ब्रांड्स आ गए उसमें, और उन सबको कुछ ना कुछ शेयर मिल गया ब्रांड में. लेकिन उन्होंने कितना इन्वेस्ट किया, वी ऑल नो इट. और एक बात और भी है, तब वो मार्केट थी, टाइम था जब वैक्यूम था, ऐसे प्रोडक्ट ही नहीं थे, इसलिए एक नई चीज भी आ गई. अब बहुत से ऐसे प्रोडक्ट हैं. तो मैं सबसे पहले हम यही कहना चाहेंगे, जब भी कोई प्रोडक्ट लेकर आ रहे हैं, प्लीज ट्राई टू सी दैट आई कैन कैरी द एग्जिस्टिंग डिमांड ऑलरेडी. घबराना नहीं कि पहले से बहुत से प्रोडक्ट हैं, मेरा भी एक प्रोडक्ट आ जाएगा तो क्या हो जाएगा. अच्छी बात है, ऑलरेडी डिमांड है, उसकी अवेयरनेस टू द कंज्यूमर है. अगर मेरा प्रोडक्ट भी उनसे थोड़ा सा कॉस्ट कंपिटिटिव हो सकता है या कुछ यूएसपी उसमें से है, तो आई कैन टेक द एग्जिस्टिंग मार्केट ऑफ इट. घबराने की जरूरत नहीं है. हाँ, सोच समझ के चलना है, पैसा खर्च करते समय चलना है कि मुझे क्या करना है, और उसी हिसाब से अपनी इन्वेस्टमेंट करनी है. जब प्रोडक्ट डेवलप कर रहे हैं, मस्ट सी. आपको मैं एक और चीज बताऊं, जो स्टार्टअप कंपनीज हैं, आप अपने प्रोडक्ट को मनमाने दम पे नहीं बेच पाएंगे, ये हम सबको समझ आ गया है, बिकॉज वी आर कंपीटिंग. So it has to be cost competitive. कितना कॉस्ट हम कम कर सकते हैं, उसकी तरफ हमें देखना पड़ेगा. और वो कॉस्ट कम करने, of course, no compromise on the quality. Compromise on the quality on product and the packaging everywhere. उसके किए बिना हम लोग क्या कर सकते हैं, कॉस्ट के साथ ये करें. प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड, जब बेचने जाएंगे तब मैं इसको कहने के लिए बड़ा आसान है कि आई लिस्ट इट ऑन अमेजोन एंड अदर थिंग्स. जो करने जा रहे हैं उनको प्रैक्टिकल मालूम है. कोई 30% मार्जिन मांग रहा है, कोई 35% मार्जिन मांग रहा है, तो मेरे पास ये बफर होना चाहिए. उसके बाद जो उसको मार्जिन 35% के ऊपर भी हो, शेल्फ के पैसे अलग मांगेगा कि इसके शेल्फ के पैसे मेरे को इतने चाहिए, मेरे पास ये बफर होना चाहिए. ये जब बफर होगा तो मैं मार्केट में कूदना, नहीं तो मत कूदना, यू विल बर्न योर हैंड्स अननेसेसरी। तो ये सारी कैलकुलेशंस करके कूदना। उसके बाद जब हम एक्सपोर्ट मार्केट में भी आ रहे हैं, सेम प्रॉब्लम्स वी आर गोइंग टू फेस इट। हमें प्रोडक्ट को बेचना है, अपना बफर रखिएगा, और उस बफर में फिर ध्यान रखिएगा, मैं कह रहा हूं एट द कॉस्ट ऑफ कंपटीशन, कॉस्ट ऑफ रेपिटेशन, कि मैं प्राइस मनमानी नहीं हो सकती, आई हैव टू वर्क ऑन द कॉस्ट दिस थिंग। इसीलिए मैं कह रहा हूं कि प्रिमिटिव टेक्नोलॉजी मत लेना, क्योंकि आपकी इकोनॉमीज ऑफ स्केल आएगी ही नहीं उसमें। आपको प्रोडक्ट वो चाहिए जो कि आपका जो इकोनॉमीज ऑफ स्केल लेकर आ सके। एक और चीज देखिए, देयर इज ए प्रेशर, हम बहुत कह रहे हैं कि हमें compete करना है राइस प्रोडक्ट्स के साथ, व्हीट प्रोडक्ट्स के साथ। अरे मत घबराइए, आप खुद देखिए कि राइस और व्हीट के ऊपर इस समय कितना प्रेशर है। सो मच प्रेशर। नहीं प्रेशर होता तो बैन क्यों करते हैं, एक्सपोर्ट क्यों बैन कर देते हैं? व्हीट बैन कर दिया, अभी थोड़ी देर में आपने देखा कि राइस को भी बैन कर दिया, बिकॉज देयर इज ए प्रेशर ऑन दिस क्रॉप, देयर इज ए प्रेशर ऑन दिस क्रॉप, सो नाउ पीपल आर लुकिंग फॉर अल्टरनेटिव क्रॉप्स आल्सो। उसके प्रोडक्ट्स जो हैं वो अब डिमांड में आने वाले हैं, ये बहुत अच्छा मौका है। इसलिए हमें इस टाइम को यूटिलाइज करना चाहिए। और हमारी हेल्थ फूड की अवेयरनेस बढ़ गई है, वर्किंग पॉपुलेशन बढ़ती जा रही है, वाइफ्स नाउ मोस्ट ऑफ द वाइफ्स आर वर्किंग, अब नहीं स्पेंड करना चाहती किचन में ज्यादा टाइम, और जरूरत भी नहीं है। वर्ल्ड ओवर देखें, हमारे यहाँ पर हमारे जो महिलाएं हैं वो, ये सिर्फ हिंदुस्तान में है मैं बताऊं, 3 टाइम का गर्म खाना हमें वो सर्व करती हैं। धन्य है हमारी जो घर की महिलाएं हैं। हैट्स ऑफ टू द लेडीज ऑफ आवर, हैट्स ऑफ टू देम। मैं बता रहा हूँ, मैं ट्रेन में ट्रेवल कर रहा था यूके में, तो वहां वो लेडीज ही बात कर रही थी, वो कह रही थी आई एम थिंकिंग ऑन थर्सडे आई विल कुक फूड। तो वो थर्सडे फूड, और उस दिन मंडे था, तो मतलब उसने थर्सडे कुक फूड करना, उसकी प्लानिंग दिमाग में थर्सडे से मंडे से चल रही है। तो उसने हफ्ते में 1 दिन खाना बनाना, उसके लिए भी कितनी प्रिपरेशन, और उसने भी क्या बनाना होगा, आधा बना बनाया फ्रिज से निकालना है, आधा कुछ उसने माइक्रोवेव में कर देना। हमारे तरह थोड़ी एक एक रोटी बेल बेल के हमें गरम गरम खिला रहे हैं। तो ये टाइम पर अब ये चेंज आ रहा है, और आना भी चाहिए। दिस इज ऑल्सो इम्पोर्टेंट। यहाँ जो हम प्रोडक्ट बना रहे हैं अपने, रेडी टू कुक, रेडी टू सर्व, ये प्रोडक्ट्स डिमांड में आएंगे। रेडी टू ईट जो हमारा डोसा जो है, हम सोचे मिलेट बेस्ड डोसा आएगा, सब लेंगे, सबको जरूरत है। अब कौन वो मिक्सी में पीसने के जमाने पर टाइम कम, तो ये चेंज जो है ये भी हमारे लिए अच्छा है, बिकॉज आवर प्रोडक्ट विल बी इन डिमांड दिस इवेंट्स। इंटरनेशनल ईयर ऑफ मिलेट है 2023, बहुत अच्छा मौका है, बड़ी अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी है। मैंने आपको ये बताया कि इसमें अभी बहुत डिमांड है, क्योंकि मिलेट के ऊपर अभी बहुत ज्यादा लोग अभी कंज्यूम नहीं कर रहे हैं जितना एक्सपोर्ट होना चाहिए। असली मार्केट में तो हम गए ही नहीं, अभी जाना है हमको, और अभी बहुत से डिमांड इंटरनेशनली भी बढ़ रही है। इंटरनेशनल ईयर ऑफ मिलेट भी आ गया, और हमारे लिए अपॉर्चुनिटीज बहुत सारी हैं, गवर्नमेंट भी बहुत कुछ करने वाली है। सही मौका है, सिर्फ अपना होमवर्क सही करना अपने प्रोडक्ट के ऊपर, और इस टाइम पे अच्छा होमवर्क करोगे तो इससे अच्छा मौका दोबारा नहीं मिलने वाला। With this, thank you very much to you, ladies and gentlemen. Now I request my dear friend Dr. Dayakar Rao to take forward, share his thoughts, and then take forward the further proceedings of this session. Dr. Dayakar Rao.
It's very important to crack what export means. Some time ago, one of our director, that was just computer was introduced, and as I'm a young scientist, we are more well versed, and he was of a different age. Suddenly, so I just mooted an idea, sir. This is very simple thing, computer. There is nothing to worry. Just you put your hand there. Then he said, no, I am not familiar. Then later he went on to become an expert beyond I could imagine. So India, especially Indian people also, once upon a time, the technology was, especially the Western world was coming up in a big way. And many of us were having some sort of an inferiority complex. But later on with the IT, when it is more or less initiated there in the Western world, we saw IT is dominated by Indians. So Indians, as we are many a time, export is something like that. Many people think this is a very big game, and that is what perhaps it is not my mera role isme kuch nahi hai, I will not attempt. So today Bajaj has made it so simple, cracked it and told that. But I think I just give a suggestion to APIDA, especially to make a film on this, the entire export process, because you will have to change the attitude. Many are potential exports, but they have lots of fears just to attempt it also. What is the process? How simplify you can bring it? And what are the challenges that come? एक छोटा सा film, मैं जैसे कल नुक्कड़ नाटक कर लेते हैं, अभी बच्चे खड़े हुए पीछे, ऐसे they made that how the farmer suffers, what is that nutritional security, all those things depicted in a beautiful way. Because similarly, some film can be made and given to the exposure to the all the startups, especially the budding startups that are coming from millets. We will be extremely benefited. So that is the point I just want to make. And I don't want to take and repeat the things, but he made very simple practical issues that are very relevant for us to take the export, as especially in a commodity like millets. And I'm pleasantly surprised about the data that is coming up year on year. There is one area where the data has to be more disaggregated, especially the commodity trade and the value-added products, because the HSN codes is one area for the small millets. I think that is what is being taken up by the APIDA, and it is at I think DGF, that Calcutta office is taking up. Sir, we request you to speed it up, people, because many a time they don't know under which category they should put their millets and all this. Now, currently it is all cereal and other things, but if the HSN codes are coming, I think they will be more clearer under which category they should be doing. So this is one other thing, and I just would like each of the speaker to restrict themselves to 3 minutes, because we need to organize. We cannot go on and on. Time is a very short, and we have several other things. Director General of ICAR, he's going to come here in another 5-10 minutes. I think after that, again, we will have a gap also. So taking this program, and ultimately when the chief guest of today, Honorable Minister for Tourism, is going to come that time, I don't want that one session should be knocked out. So this is planned. It's in such a way. This is basically a networking session where we will have to give our time very shortly and briefly, and then move forward. So please bear with us. I just take the complete lead of this thing, and see that you are going to take 3 minutes, and please prepare your mind. What are those 3 minutes? How best you are going to utilize to give gyan to the rest of the people based on your experience. So what are the topics? The title is very clear, that marketing, branding, commercialization of agri exports, especially in terms of the millets. But there are some issues like logistics. Logistics is one thing which is a gray area, especially Indian exports. I think that should come as a part of this. If you have faced anything now, container, half container, kya karna, kaise karna. This is what millets are, a small scale trade and all this. And this matters so much for you to take it forward. And then subsequently, there are something like quality aspects, especially millet ka mein quality bhi hota hai. Then sir has already told that you should not compromise on your either product quality, shelf life, or the packaging. So these issues, I think you can flag it. When most of the issues are discussed in the previous session also. You don't need to repeat. If there is anything specific, please come up. So I request Sharmila to start. Ladies first. Come, madam. 3 minutes. But
thank you so much, sir. When we talk about the national interest in the world, I think nutritional security is the most important agenda to the world presently, especially post-COVID times. And I'm recently just back from International Plant-Based Treaty at Delhi, After attending that, noticed that it was quite a lot emphasized on millets, particularly with respect to nutritional security. I am a very small startup, sir, here. In 1.5 years journey, we are basically ICS, so like kind of FPO, but ICS, maximum women farmers. We are growing millets and other few agro commodities as well. So the journey has been very interesting, and in this 1.5 year, it's a very exciting for us because we have been doing export successfully. Yes, there are huge challenges because as a startup, there are many aspects to it. Because as Bajaj sir mentioned very clearly that many times we have been very unrealistic on the products. So here the research and analysis, SWOT analysis is very important. Which country you are targeting? Now, Bajaj sir shared some slides in which you saw the countries where we are exporting millets. So majorly we are exporting, let's say UAE, Saudi Arabia, Lisbon, Tunisia, but majorly developing countries like US, UK, Australia, yet not. I mean, we are not on that great scale. So how do we achieve that great scale? So again, referring to Bajaj sir's presentation, I mean, we really need to be very realistic on the terms of our product, especially pricing, quality, labeling. If you're supplying, or let's say UAE, because of our cultural differences, religious, I mean, every country has religious and cultural phenomena. So before exporting, we need to study उनके धर्म के दायरे क्या है. UAE में अगर आप export कर रहे हैं, like halal, they have a very particular segment, certifications, labeling. EU है, अगर आप European Union का कर रहे हैं, तो whether being a millet again, organic, natural, ये बहुत सारे चीजें हैं, challenges है, already हम जा चुके हैं, गुजर चुके हैं. So these are the actual field experiences I'm sharing with you. I'm very glad to share because here we are all upcoming and budding entrepreneurs. Social media is a very effective tool because nowadays advertising is very expensive. So how do you reach to this international scale? How do we achieve our export orders? Social media and influential marketing. I mean, Instagram or Facebook or LinkedIn. LinkedIn especially, people observe you, especially in this millet segment. And we have also come across many orders or many inquiries through this social media marketing. So as I said, that designing of the product, labeling, pricing, because you need to do the research and analysis of the pricing. Let's say millets, we are eating jawar ki bhakri or chapati or हमारे यहाँ पे खिचड़ी खाते हैं. But foreign countries में आज भी this thing is taken as a fodder. America में आप देखेंगे, Bharal, Nebraska, Kansas is the largest producer of sorghum. Now they noticed one of my program on LinkedIn and I was invited to sorghum board and they invited to be on the board of sorghum board. So that was an amazing opportunity. And then opportunity never stopped. After that, I got invitation from University of Idaho, Moscow, the northern western ancient region where they grow ancient, they call millets as a ancient artisan experience. They make beers, I mean, from barley and from millets. So they have a very versatile experiences from millets. So there is a very dynamic experiences to the millet journey and opportunities are in abundance. We grown as ICS, we are in the rural part of India. Well, at the same time, I'm educated or qualified from Harvard, but at the same time, coming back to my grassroots, being in the millet sector, millet domain, it gives me an immense pleasure to share with you our beloved Prime Minister Modi ji. Imagine the way he is promoting, the way he is driving this India Millet Mission. Isn't it a great pride to all of us? I think we all, our Prime Minister and our government and our Agriculture Ministry, Niti Aayog, food processing, they all deserve a big round of applause for the encouragement what they are doing to the startups. Am I not right, guys? They are, right? अच्छे दिन आ गए हैं सर. मोदी जी कह रहे थे और काफी लोग बोलते हैं अच्छे दिन कहाँ है, अच्छे दिन कहाँ है. पर मैं ये दावे के साथ कह सकती हूँ, especially to my all startup community here, that अच्छे दिन आ गए हैं. And we are really looking forward for your guidance, for your support, for your motivation, especially on the pricing. IIMR Nutri-Hub has a fantastic machinery, has a fantastic campus. There is a cohort, Raftar is happening in the campus. We are again privileged to be a part incubated by Nutri-Hub. They are hand-holding, mentoring us. Sir, we would request you to work on pricing segment, because if we want to be a competent on the export platform, we need to compete with the pricing. So we would like to have that cooperation from your side. So thank you so much, and looking
you.
forward for your cooperation and support. Jai Hind.
Thank you. Next, I call Shivaram Krishnan. I think we need to outline the issues so that you can keep up with the time.
Good afternoon once again. So thank you for the privilege, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais. So I'll keep it short. For us, exports really worked. There were challenges, but still for all challenges, we could find answers. So we did a very small quantity of trial export to the US. We concentrated in US first because we had some linkages there, and we had the access to the market. But the route we took helped us, because we were very, very keen and very careful, and that mistakes should not be committed, because exports comes with a huge risk of huge losses too if mistakes happen. So we did the exact thing, like we approached attorneys there in US to get exactly our brand registered correctly, check with the labeling norms of FDA, because every consignment will be taken for sampling. So you have to cross US customs, you should know their laws, you have to cross US Agricultural Department, USAID, and FDA. So we had to check all the norms, which we were not able to do sitting here. So we had to invest quite a lot of money there for the attorneys who did the job for us. So based on that, suggestions and guidance taken from them, every label was designed, everything was sent to them for confirmation. Then we started exporting. So this is the path I request everybody to take, because export sounds glamorous, but still there are a lot of certifications and policies which we don't know as an entrepreneur. So we have to take the professional help and stick to the guidelines perfectly. Even 1% of deviation can ruin the whole show, because I have seen exporters suffering. I have seen containers coming back. That's a very, very bad thing which can happen. And for us, the US market responded very positively with the brand, and we were very close to the customer, as I told you. So we have kind of a hybrid model there, where we have distributors who sell our products to the Indian stores predominantly and in their own community. So the margins, what they share to the retailers would be enjoyed if they give directly to their customers. So every distributor has a community of 500, 700 people where they go give deliveries. So this door delivery works there. And because of that, he's making better margins, because he is not shelving off any charges which he gives to the retailer. So this is working very well there. And the community as such has accepted the brand, and we listen to their requirements, and we change as per their requirement, and that goes a long way. And when you are continuously innovating and continuously trying to address the pain point of the customer, I think you'll be hitting the right notes. And according to the opportunities of export, is humongous, and we have just started. We are a 5-year-old company with 3 years of export experience. But I would say the lots coming up. I could see only opportunities everywhere. So it is how we are going to play the game and take it forward. And there are challenges regarding containers, but the market is absorbing the cost now. It is slowly coming down. The cost is coming down. I don't think it'll have a huge bearing in the long run. So it could be a temporary phenomena. And regarding newer markets, yes, we need a lot of support in looking to come up with palatable products for country-specific requirements. So, for example, if we are trying to serve a customer in Germany, so we should really go there, study the market, develop a product for their requirement, rather than trying to take the product what we have and go there. So we are working with some agencies in Germany. The government is very, very forthcoming there, and they offer free trainings for entrepreneurs to do business with Germany. So there are a lot of opportunities, and with collaboration with all the people here, I think we can take millets to greater heights and make India as the millet goal of the world. Thank you so much for patient listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Shivaramakrishnan. Thank you very much. Now, of course, I'll be inviting Mr. Jabir from Joel Foods. And they are already, they are from Kerala and they're exporting to Middle East. Please come share your experience and
Good afternoon. I'm Jabir, Velid Food from Kerala. I have few experience with exporting with millet-based value-added product to especially cookies and snacks to Singapore, and we got some opportunity in Malaysia and Brunei, and recently we got some buyers in Qatar and UAE. See, when the first experience from the Malaysia, when I ended taken to this product in Malaysia, I faced the problem is there. First, I could not understand the labeling requirement of particular country. See, they want have a specific requirement in nutritional values. When we put in that, initially I invested a huge amount of money in the packaging. Once I get order from the country, but when I entered to the country, from that department said, no, this you can't claim these things 100% natural. You need to provide a certificate. So all these issues I understood. First, I did a mistake. Then next time I done same things in Brunei. The Brunei market, they asked me to the halal certification. So that I taken the next time to UAE. That now I am planning for UAE. So I understood the thing is, when we are approaching the exporting, there are a lot of things we want to consider, but we don't have a right team to guide us as a startup. I don't know where to approach for this purpose. Recently, I understood APEDA is supporting for this. Even I think the APEDA needs some support and call all the exporters and give a training for it, how to approach a country, what are the requirements of the country. Even I understood now, the world biggest issue is now obese and diabetics. India have the right solution for it, because India have a comparative advantage in the millet. But the problem, I understood the millet in India have the part of the ASEAN. I think around 11 countries are participate in the ASEAN group. And India have done a lot of free trade agreement and preferential trade agreement with a lot of countries. That is key information. We want to know which country India have the free trade agreement, especially for the millet, because then we will get a priority and comparative advantage for export. I understood through my research, even Indonesia is importing more quantity of millets, but I don't know from where they are importing. So once we get all this data, it's very easy to approach any country with value-added product. Recently, our first speaker said, no, that we want to know the taste of that country. That only we can through the exhibitions and some other trade fairs, all this only we can understand. So when we are planning for exporting, the first important thing is, we want to attend all the trade fairs internationally. And at least we want to know some consumer awareness program, and we want to get the interactive session with the consumers in that particular country to know their taste and preference and their interest and everything. Even now the thing is globalization, part of the globalization around the customer preference and everything is going to be same because of the social media impact. I think in a recent generation Z and upcoming generation Alpha is more into the digital native. So they are connecting each other. They know even McDonald's burger, we South Indians are taking without any spices. But we feel that we are the European standard. Same way globally, the consumer have the common standards going to be soon. So it's very easy to enter single product to any market. If you have a good branding. So, my experience, I understood that now branding is very important, and to know your customer is also very important for the exporting. And from the trade barriers of and India and rest of the countries, there is a free trade agreement, preferential trade agreement. All these information is first priority when we step into the export market. That is my experience I shared here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. You important said that we should also look for FTAs. This is the new angle he has shared. FTAs between the countries because that helps in getting duty benefit. And there is also definition on rules of origin within those FTAs. That will also makes it different. So another part also, an important part is said that when we are selling our products, do try to alter as per the taste of the importing country. हम खूब मिर्चे खाते हैं, ढेर सारे मिर्चे खाते हैं, जरूरी नहीं इंपोर्टर भी खाएगा. So we have to alter as per their taste. Thank you very much. Now, may I have the privilege to invite Mr. KVRS Reddy from Sattva Millets and Food Products. The best part is they are also directly sourcing from FPOs and exporting. So farm to fork concept, they have it. Let's hear their views on this subject.
Thank you very much, sir. I am the incubator of IIMR, and I also taken assistant from APEDA. Here I would like to stress on the APEDA, how the APEDA is helping the exporters. So when I put my processing unit in Andhra Pradesh, I did not get the required quality for export. So then I approached APEDA. Is there any scheme for to improve the quality of grains for the export? So then they said, there is a gap arrangement, missing gap arrangement equipment financing. So I applied that. I got 40% of subsidy assistance from the APEDA. That is, everyone should note it off, and whenever you put up any unit, you approach APEDA, they will assist in these aspects. Number two, the branding is very important in the international market. In the branding, in the sense, I recently, came across few things. One is that on the grains, I got the inquiry for 3 grains. One is foxtail millet and jowar and bajra. The requirement is in 1,000 tons. So I really, surprised to hear that 1,000 tons requirement in a one go is very good, but they need the raw material. They only, just to clean the grain, and then they need the raw material. That there is no requirement of processing of the grain. So these grains are being used for the bird feeding and animal feeding. So bird feeding for the foxtail millet, and animal feeding is for jowar and bajra. So the branding is very important in the sense that, these are human consumption, not only for the, the animal consumption. So now in India, we are using for human consumption. So the international market, they are looking at the animal consumption. So this, we should, the Indian government should take up this issue for the branding of these millets. So as a startup, we could get one order from Netherlands through known person, but we are stuck in the next order because we don't have any linkages. So that APEDA, if they link the market, then we would, because we are preparing all products in a very good quality, but there is no linkage. So this is my humble request for the branding in the international market. Thank you so much for the opportunity given to us.
Thank you, Reddy Garu. See, the problems of beginners he was narrating, but I think eventually he'll become a champion, I'm sure that. But the issues that he raised were very pertinent with regard, because millets in India, Asia, and Africa, primarily they are grown for the food purposes. But there is another grade, what we call as a fodder feed grain, or even especially the jowar. What we see is that sorghum is grown across the world as animal feed. So, and in some cases, bird feed, especially in the European market. So the type of the grain that which we grow in India is typically a superior quality for the food. So this sort of an information that has to be embedded in sensitizing the world markets. I think that is one of the agenda which is raised, and we'll be able to take it up. Traditionally, Indian exports has been, it is all commodity rather than value added products. So I was just telling that perhaps HSN codes, if they are very specific to the millet commodity, perhaps the data that is going to generate it will be more accurate. I think APIDA will be taking up soon on this, and we'll move forward. Our next speaker is Sri Laya, Deccan Development Society. She's there? Naya. So I'll ask Shilpi Fitterbits about their experience in exporting value-added products. She's not there. Huh?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shilpi from Fitterbites. We have ready-to-cook snacks, mixes, and noodles based out of millets. So I'm very early stage when it comes to export. We are yet to export our first order, and it's to an unusual market. And typically, people generally start with US, Canada, or Middle East, because there the Indian diaspora is bigger, and typically that's the target. For me, it is Poland, and I would say it just happened out of our. So I would okay. Let me start with what are the three things that a startup or an exporter should look into when you're looking at exporting Indian products. So one is what is your customer target? Are you looking at the Indian diaspora in those countries, or are you looking at the local population of that country? Because then the product has to be accordingly tweaked, like everyone said. If you send, let's say, if it is a multi-millet dosa batter mix, then it may not be acceptable. People will not even understand if they are, Americans or Polish or different nationalities. So you have to tweak the name. You can call it a pancake mix, or think about how you can change the name for the same product and make changes. If it is Indian diaspora, then people are aware of these products, and the similar product can be looked at exporting. Also, in terms of packaging, there are certain labeling guidelines for each country. It differs, and there are consultants available who can help you in getting in place as per the country requirements. So packaging again is important. And third thing, I would say, what I felt, having a local partner in that country would definitely help, because export comes with a risk. There is a lot of capital that goes both at the preparation stage and also when you are supplying, because sometimes the terms of trades are not every time you will get upfront payment. It could be part payment, it could be post delivery. So there is a huge investment involved. So it's better when you have a reliable partner on the other side. You have to do your own market survey, or if you can set up your own small office with a local team there, that would be helpful. But again, that comes with an investment. So we are still at early stages. Also, there are certain quality. It's not only in India that you need certain legal requirements to be done, like export code and registration with APIDA. For other countries, for that particular country also, to import the products, there are certain regulatory requirements. So it's good. I mean, it's required that you do your research before you enter, and it does require initial investment to get those regulations in place and your packaging done as per the country. So thank you. This has been my experience so far, and thanks for the opportunity to share my experiences with the group here.
Thank you. Thank you, Shilpi, for some insights, especially the practical experience that she went through. And as packaging is one of the very vital thing that one has to, the new point that has come from her thing. So, and some of the logistics that are involved also are very important. Then we have Kavita Devi, some Samarpan Nature Farms.
Good afternoon, one and all. I'm Kavita Dev from Chhattisgarh. I'm a small entrepreneur right now. I would like to tell you 1.5 year, a small company of mine, my experiences regarding that, so that it will be very much useful for the new upcoming startups and all. And Mr. Nitinji is there, who is telling that there were no farmers in this dash, but I'm a farmer, sir. I'm here. I'm here. And I'm a natural farmer from Chhattisgarh. So regarding the marketing and commercialization, I would like to talk a few things about this, where I face what I'm experiencing. I'll just tell those things. In the last 21-22, we have started a startup from IIMR with breakfast recipes, premixes, along with some herbs like ashwagandha and all. We add in that, and like muleti and hathjod and all. We add them in our premixes, along with chutney mix we used to give. It became a very good hit in Chhattisgarh itself. I didn't go above Chhattisgarh more, but in Chhattisgarh and Raipur, we have concentrated. Now, the second thing is we are this Diwali, we had sweets boxes, 4 types of millets we have added in that. Maybe I can get few clips from there. It was inaugurated last 16 September in Delhi from our agriculture university people through Mr. Tomarji, Agriculture Minister, Union Agriculture Minister last week. It became a super hit for me, a small entrepreneur. I've got a 500 boxes order this month itself for Diwali. So regarding the branding, I'm the brand for my company. I'm a whole soul for my company. I do from the roots and all. And regarding the commercialization, I'm utilizing my rural area ladies from my village. I'm taking the help from them. I'm doing my R&D, being a mother, being from a healthy concept families from last 40 years. So I can do my R&D well. So I do all of them. And this time my laddus have become a hit because of my R&D and all. So regarding the coming 29th, we are having delegates from Delhi in Agriculture University, Raipur. They are getting gifted through our company, Samarpan Natural Farms gift boxes. From entire year, they told that we are going to serve the guests with immuno millet sweets and all. This is a great opportunity for me. And I'll be working with everyone, the housewives, the schools. I'll go with the hospitals, AIMS and all, to explain regarding millet batters, to utilize them in their canteens. If they don't have the opportunity of utilizing them, I'll suggest them the premixes and explain them the necessity of eating millets, why we have forgotten eating millets nowadays. So that is the way I approach all of these people. Regarding exporting, I'm not much interested because I don't know more about that. But every month to Singapore, 100 kgs of millet batter, dosa batter will go from our Samarpan from last 1 year, we are giving B2B for them. So I'm much happy for that because I don't need any certifications of exports and all. And one more consignment is going to Canada in a few days. So that's a good opportunity for us we had. So telling how to utilize, how to scale up your business, no need of we investing more on missionaries, but do investment more on your R&Ds, on your creativities, on the rural areas, what we have over there. What I'm doing, the premixes as well as the laddus, As the traditional one, I'm focusing on. So I need only all these things. This is the investment for me, not financially, not investing more on missionaries. Next, Kadarwalli sir has come in June to Raipur. We had a privilege of serving 250 people with breakfast and lunch only on millet recipes.
Madam, you need to conclude.
Yes, sir. Yes,
quickly.
sir. Yeah. So
Your time
thanks
is-
one and all to have me here. I'm a small buddy entrepreneur right now. So maybe this will be very useful for upcoming many people here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Kavita. I think she's a lone fighter in the forest areas and plain areas of Chhattisgarh, working very hard. And in a small baby steps, she took that and she has gone to the extent of exporting to Singapore and other places. I think it's a good example. I think perhaps our claps may encourage us. So join your hands to clap her. So now that we have one more speaker, one more panelist, Mr. Afzal from Magnum Foods. Sir, we are eager to hear from you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Afzal. I'm from Manshid. We are a very young startup. We have launched our product only in the month of last October. So, hello. Thank you. So we are into healthy snacking segment, trying to give the alternate of the junk snacking. And we have, in the shortest span of time, covered all our Indian market almost everywhere, every states. And now we are planning to start the export. I don't have any experience, but planning to start the export. So we are working on it. So as Mr. Bajaj mentioned, we are very careful about the labeling, about the local taste and the branding and everything. So very carefully we are working on it. But we are facing the problems at entry level, which every young startup faces, which is market access, logistics, and the clearance, so the consignment clearance, etc. So these are the few issues. If you think we would like to meet, if Mr. Bajaj allow us appointment, give us appointment in Delhi, we can come and meet with him. And with regards to product and all, we are very quality conscious product. So, and we are very customer needs and taste driven company. So we are very careful about all those issues. And with the certification, we know it's every country has certain certifications, certain local laws. So we are working on that also. But again, as I said, if we can have the help in the market access over there and in the clearances and the market places, so that will be really great. And thank you, Dr. Rao, to take having us here and helping us in the product development and other issues. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Afzal. In fact, very critical factors that are there with regard to the export. In terms of the country requirements vary, and Dr. Bajaj in his keynote, he has mentioned sufficiently that when you try to examine very critically all the countries where they are major importers of major exporters and importers, we are not there. So very important thing that which we need to understand those countries' requirements, at least to begin with. These are the countries which have potential where major exporting is happening. So why not we just get into the requirements of those countries, and then, sir, I think both of us, APIDA as well as IIMR, with regard to millets, we can come out and try to take out. Now we have about 10 to 15 countries. Can we really just bring out the requirements of these states with regard to these commodity millets and all those things? And then perhaps that information may be kept on our website. So that makes their job very easy. So taking forward, thank you, Afzal, once again, and for the brief remarks that you gave through the limited experience that you have. But I think it is all a ball game. So where more and more you will come across the problems, more you are growing, more you get acquainted with the systems, export systems, and thereof, I think, and also the cross learning that we get through from one another, because this sort of a panel, I think I'm sure that it gave a multicolored views about the export of millets and the how we can take and benchmark these things and try to improve from this current level of the constraints that are there. And one good thing that which we are observing is that the export markets has gone. So we take this opportunity to welcome our honorable DG, Saab Sri Himanshu Pathakji. Namaskar, sir. All of us, let us clap our hands. And he's accompanied by our Deputy Director General, Sri D.K. Yadava, seats also. Sir. So please be seated. So now, having done this exercise and trying to see that, I'm sure that the audience are now familiar with the export markets that is very potential to the nature and how we are really on a positive side. When the production is on the negative side, exports are on a positive side. It means the consumption side, we are slowly getting into that. But I think the more component of the commodity to value added production, that is very crucial for us to gain a lot of revenue from this particular millets also. So that we will be adding now, I think, sir, the millets, if you ask us, then the GDP that it contributes is 0.07 GDP. So it means that can we put an immediate target at least 1% of GDP? So one of the major way that which we can attain is through the increased export markets. I think if we are going to attain 1% GDP of the country, I think that is a very laudable thing from an International Year of Millets, but it is an achievable target. So that 1% GDP from millets, I think keeping our target straight and with the vision that under the leadership of our Prime Minister, I think we need to move forward. The whole of the community is brought under a single head, this multi-stakeholder thing. So let us take these things forward. Before we close this session, so we have a very important session just coming forth, but we will take a couple of questions in the presence of our Honorable DG, sir, with your kind permission. Yes, please. Please give him a hand. अब इंट्रोड्यूस करके अपना प्रश्न.
Hello, myself Mayur. I run a startup called Jivamrut. It's a digital marketplace for natural farmers and organic products. So heard a lot about export, and as sir mentioned, many times thanks to social media, we get some other random inquiries. But ऐसे लगता है कि export is not for us. It's like some other space. So what are those starting steps? Especially we got recent queries from Netherlands. One of our friends stays there. He's running a local business. So he needs those products. We are anyway giving those products domestically here. We have the supply chain with natural farmers, organic brands. But logistic becomes one of the key point, or any agency who is working in this segment. Okay, there is third party with whom we can connect. So Mr. started on a right note that export seems to be not for us. तो ये जो एक challenge है या some ambiguity in the mind, is there a way that we can approach someone and they can help us set up some food supply chain or supply chain with the outside countries or something? Thank you.
Thank you very much. In fact, you see, this is the basic homework when you have to do, when you want to start a unit. This is the homework you have to do, that where to start my unit, how, which I'll be doing, where I will be procuring, and then where I'm going to manufacture it, and then where is my market. So this is the basic homework. One has to do it before entering into this field. So after entering, don't search for these things. That will be too late for you. Sure, so before doing it, you have to do everything. As far as you're doing that, you're getting inquiries and passing on to to the persons. You have two source. One is EPIDA. You can connect to EPIDA. We have, and our website also has all the exporters who are available. And we are going to, very soon, we are going to have a separate information on the millet also. Plus Indian Institute of Millet Research, they also have a good source. They have a list of startups they can provide to you. Yeah.
Sir, this is not a question. This is an opportunity in the presence of DG Saab. And IIMR is our proud partner. I'm from Lead Foundation Global. We are promoting Dr. APJ Abdul Kalamji's mission for more than a decade. We are a global organization. We have come up with a fund called Lead Impact Fund for sustaining, empowering sustainability. Ag Food Tech 360, we are doing at NARM, Hyderabad. And there is a $5 billion fund availability for various sectors. Ag Food Tech is one of the primary sectors we are focusing. I request Madam, the IIMR Director, to take all these opportunities to you. And we also will come to you, sir, and definitely take this opportunity and make it very impactful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I think with this, we will conclude today's session. So in fact, the last remark will be given by Dr. Tarun Bajaj, APIDA. But IMR is really just gearing up and building that registration process. You can contact us. We are doing that job. One person is exclusively dedicated, so that you please contact him. So once again, thank you from this co-chair.
Thank you very much. So just to conclude, there is an opportunity we have seen now in millet and millet products. We have an opportunity to encash it. And where is the opportunity? I mentioned it in the beginning itself. And this is the right time. International of Year of Millet. छोटी सी बात से किनोवा इतना फैल गया दुनिया भर में, और अब तो हम बहुत शोर मचाने वाले हैं मिलेट को लेके. तो हम जो ऑलरेडी इस फील्ड में हैं, जो इसमें प्रोडक्ट्स लेकर आए हैं, try to encash this opportunity. This year is going to be a game changer. And after that, we'll have many more opportunities. But before I conclude, I would like to just to introduce you to my two officers, because they will be always readily available for all the queries to answer. One, I have an officer from Delhi, Mr. Man Prakash. He is in charge of millet, and he will be taking care of all the exports from the millet. I have a regional manager, Mr. Dharma Rao. He's just gone for a while. He'll be there. We have a regional office here in Hyderabad, and anything, any information is available at your doorstep. So we convey our sincere thanks to our panelists. They have given a very valuable information, more practical information. So in this session, you have seen they have shared their practical knowledge, what difficulty we faced, and how we are trying to overcome it, and what are the opportunities and challenges. They have given a very practical insight of it, everything. And special thanks to Indian Institute of Millet Research. My dear friend, Dr. Dayakar Rao, he has handled this session very well. So thank you very much to everyone. Thanks a lot.
This session was sponsored by APIDA. So join your hands to clap and then praise. They have reached out to you. Thank you once again, one and all. And we conclude this session.
Yeah, on behalf of all the organizers, we thank the chair and co-chair of this session. And we thank all the panelists also who are there with us in this special session on millet exports, marketing, branding, and commercialization approaches. The chairperson is Dr. Tarun Bajaj and co-chaired by Dr. Dayakar Rao. Thank you all the panelists too.
Okay.
No, it's not working. Good morning, all. I'm happy to welcome Dr. Himanshu Pathak, Secretary DARE and ICAR. Please come to the dais, sir. I extend my warmest greetings to you, sir, for joining us in this mega convention, National Nutri-Cereal Convention 4, organized by ICAR IIMR. And I also welcome Additional Director General Dr. D.K. Yadava, ADC Seeds, to come on to the dais. And I also welcome Dr. Chatterjee, Director of Project Directorate on Poultry, to the dais. And sir, we have tried to bring in all the stakeholders together in this mega convention and trying to engage them actively for cross-learning with each other's experiences. The sessions were a confluence of all the disciplines from production to processing to policy. Sir, yesterday several millet missions have shared their success stories and challenges faced by them in millet promotion in their respective states. There are more than 80 stalls in the exhibition area showcasing diverse value-added products, services, and technologies to various tokens. Now I request Dr. Dayakar to honor our DG and felicitate our DG. Dr. Himanshu Pathak, Director General, ICAR and Secretary DARE. Now I request I thank Dr. B. Dayakar and his team for I also request Vice Chancellor Niftem to come on to the dais. Sir, please come on to the dais. ICAR IIMR is working actively to carry out the millet promotion across the country and the world. We are extending our support to all the stakeholders in all the possible ways, from providing quality seeds of high-yielding varieties, technologies, training, etc., to ensure the dissemination of information about millets and spreading the goodness of millets to all. So this is first visit after you have assumed the office of the DG ICAR recently, and sir, we promise to deliver the best of the services to all the stakeholders engaged in millet promotion in the country and strengthen ICAR's hand in devising strategies for millet promotion across the globe. I would request you to pay a visit to all the facilities of ICAR IIMR also and inspire all of us to deliver better, sir. I once again welcome you, sir, for this mega convention and request you to address this.
Thank you very much, madam. All the dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, my colleagues from Indian Council of Agriculture Research, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, EPIDA, all the entrepreneurs, particularly our young friends. I was visiting all the stalls and I was really happy to see the enthusiasm, to see the zeal with each and every one of them to make this a success. Friends, let me tell you, you have already achieved a milestone. When the whole world is going to celebrate 2023 as International Year of Millet, probably we already have achieved the milestone. The millets have already achieved the milestone. And along with this, Government of India and the whole country has also achieved the milestone. So I must congratulate each and every one of you, those who have been associated with millets, directly or indirectly. You are directly associated. There are many others who are indirectly associated, including our farmers, who have been cultivating these millets for thousands of years. So I must congratulate and give credit to each and every one of them, because they have been nurturing these millets for us in all adverse conditions. And now the time of millets has come. So I think we all deserve a big round of applause and congratulations for all of them who have been associated with this millet. Friends, all of you are millet master, I can say. So I shall not talk much about millets and their properties and all those things. But let me tell you, there are some very unique qualities, not in terms of nutrition. Certainly these are nutrition, but Indianness in millet. Because millets belong to India. The other day, I had a meeting with our Honorable Prime Minister. And the meeting lasted for around 25 minutes, one-to-one. Out of these 25 minutes, he spent 4 to 5 minutes discussing about International Year of Millets. So you can imagine how much importance the highest authority of the country is giving on millets. He was discussing in detail what you are doing, what kind of promotional activities ICAR and Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare and private organizations are doing. And then he had some very good suggestions to make. And when I explained to him that, okay, we are already doing all of these things, he was very, very happy to know. Very, very happy to know. So I informed him it is not only going to be limited only with research institutes. It has already gone out of research institutes. All these private organizations, those who are not associated with agriculture, they are also involved. Our youth is now involved. And through our embassies and United Nations, we are going to promote millet in every country of the world. And we have also made a point that whenever any international conference will be happening either in the country or outside the country, millet is going to be one integral part of all these activities. And thereby, certainly the millet will be reaching to whole global community. We have done the initial groundwork. And today, when I see this particular conclave, let me tell you, I am really, really happy. I do not have my words to congratulate you and all others who have been associated with this. Friends, we know there are several issues. Issues in the research, how to increase the productivity of millets, how to increase the shelf life of the millets, how to come out with new and new recipes and products with the millet, how to make it all other things so that it can reach and really can qualify the taste of the world. Now it is limited to our taste. So our taste buds are familiar with millets, but then our job is to make the taste buds of the whole community familiar to millet. And there are lots of things to do research. There are lots of things to do in marketing, lots of things to do in export and all other kinds of things. But let me tell you one thing, that for thousands of years, as I said, our poor farmers have preserved these resources for us. Thousands of years, maybe more than 11,000 years to be precise, before today. Now we should also ensure that when millet goes to the international community, the benefit also should reach to those poor farmers. Now we are very happy to see that, okay, millet is being sold 100 gram for a cost of 250 rupees or 500 rupees or whatever it is. But let us also ensure that a good part of this profit goes back to the farmers, because they were the custodians. They were the people who have nurtured, cultivated, preserved, conserved, utilized, and then given to us these things. So farmers, particularly poor farmers, small and marginal farmers of rain-fed region where the rainfall is really very low, those benefits must reach them. Friends, let me tell you, there are several things which millet is now echoing the sentiment and narratives of India. How this? We really want that Indian product should be reaching to the global community. And millet is one such product, which is purely and purely Indian. And that can certainly reach to the global community. So India reaches to the global community. We also talk of nature-friendly farming. And that's a big point of discussion, all of you know very well. Millet is the crop which suits very well to nature-friendly farming. Without giving much of chemicals, much of fertilizer, pesticides, and all of these things, you can really grow a good crop of millet. And with new varieties and technologies, farmers can earn a good amount of money. So it is nature-friendly, and that's what we are trying to promote in Government of India and also elsewhere. Third one is, whenever we talk of climate resilient agriculture, we talk of millet first, because millet is really climate smart, climate hardy, and climate friendly crops. So probably that is another advantage when we talk of climate resilience or climate smartness or so on, then millet comes. When we talk of good health, and we now talk of One Health means our health or human health is not only controlled by human food, our health is also controlled and determined by the health of the crop, by health of the soil, by health of animal, by health of water bodies, by health of the atmosphere. All of these are connected to one another. And when you talk of these connections with all of these, then you get a crop like millet, which really healthy, not only for us, but it's also healthy for soil. It is also healthy for water. It is also healthy for atmosphere from climate change point of view, because it doesn't emit greenhouse gases. It has got very good adaptive capacity. So from adaptation point of view, from mitigation point of view, millet is the crop. So with lots of advantages, lots and lots of advantages, there is no point that we will not be able to succeed in national as well as international market to reach the global community. I think the time of millet has come. And let me tell you, one of our former Prime Minister used to say that nobody can stop that idea whose time has come. So I think the time of millet has come, and nobody will be stopped millet now from reaching to the global community. But at the same time, as I said, there are several hurdles to overcome, lot of research, and that's what I'm hinting at Madam and the whole institute, that ICAR and all of my community colleagues from ICAR and other organizations, research and development. We really have to work hard to sort out some of these problems, which you know much more than me, and I also mentioned one or two. Then, of course, the marketing part, export part, food production part. Vice Chancellor Niptem is here. Thank you very much, sir, for being over here. And of course, from the council, reaching to the farmers. And most importantly for today's purpose, our young, dynamic, enthusiastic entrepreneurs, startups, who are really going to contribute in a big way to promote millets. Friends, you know that on 17th of next month, October, in New Delhi, we are going to organize one startup conclave, which will be addressed by Honorable Prime Minister. And there we are inviting more than 1,000 startups from various commodities and from various parts of the country. And millet again is going to be one of our area of attraction. One of few stalls are going to be there. Then the next year, Government of India is going to host G20 summit. And there will be around 200 meetings all over the country. And our Honorable Prime Minister has given a strict direction that in all of these G20 meetings, millet should be an integral part. So with all these initiatives and interest all through, I think we'll be able to succeed. So I wish each and every one of you all the best. Let us work together to take it even further, to take it to the doorstep of the world community, And by doing that, not only India will be reaching the global community, but our poor farmers also will be benefit. Indian agriculture will be resilient to climate change. Indian agriculture also will be able to save soil, water, and atmosphere from the pollution point of view, because millet has got all these qualities with this. So with this, I once again thank you and congratulate each and every one of you. Let me assure you from Indian Council of Agriculture Research, for your activities, madam, and all of us, all of you sitting over here, ICAR, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, will always be at the forefront to help and support you, be it in support from policy point of view, be financial point of view, be it from research and development point of view, and for on any other, whatever you come out with that one. Once again, congratulations to each and everyone. And I wish not only this event, but all the events which are going to come throughout the next year, a very big success, very, very big success. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Sir, it was a very encouraging address to all the stakeholders. So in fact, this is a part of the multi-stakeholder we brought under a single roof. Academicians, researchers, startups, industry, state governments, NGOs, farmers producer organization, entire array of the exporters. So I think we covered several things. It is a befitting thing for us to have you here this morning. In fact, I thank the entire team of ICAR headquarters. Your wishes were with us. So we have come to this level and we promise to deliver as we are going to approach in next 3 months time, the International Year of Millets. And now we have built up such a ecosystem, sir. I think it becomes very easy for us to translate. So now you have seen what it is, just it's only a sample. I think we promise that the next year it could be 2x or 3x of this. So we are going to have this Nutri-Hub is an annual flagship event, sir, for every year. But I think with the Prime Minister's blessings and his support, we will be taking things. With regard to research and development, we are finding many partners, especially in IITs, NITs, various other universities, and our NIFTEM, they are already our partner. So this way, I think what we can do, we were doing it. What we cannot do, we are bringing other stakeholders so that together we can deliver this. For the expectations, we will not, ICR flag should be flying high. Indian flag should be high with regard to this International Year of Millets, sir. Thank you once again for your time. But before we conclude, just we want to give a small memento to you, sir, as an appreciation of your being a part of our Sir, yesterday, Agriculture Minister of Government of Telangana was here. He taught us one thing, that you need to clap on for 1 minute. So now I have to clap on for 20 seconds. Today we have a valedictory session, sir. So then, Minister for Tourism is going to thank you for your time, sir. Thank you.
ये सामान क्या आपकी गाड़ी में रखवा दीजिए।
Before we start that quick session, that look at Natak wale, please come forward. Come forward quickly. Not taking much time, as we'll use this time of Salman. Your team. A quick 7-minute नुक्कड़ नाटक हो जाएगा, फिर उसके बाद another session.
सुनो भाई सुनो कर्नाटक आया आया नाटक आवाज है मुझे तो जोश
आओ सबको एक कहानी सुनाए। खान पान में क्या है पोषण? आओ सबको एक कहानी सुनाए
जो मिट्टी के पास ले जाए।
खान पान में क्या है पोषण?
आओ सबको ये बात बतलाए।
सारे किसान एक पेड़ के नीचे बैठे हुए हैं।
पिछले साल तो कितनी अच्छी वर्षा हुई थी, इस साल तो कुछ भी नहीं हुआ। अगर ऐसे ही चलता रहा तो हमारा गुजारा कैसे होगा?
अरे भैया, अब क्या कर सकते हैं? जो है वो ऊपर वाले के ही हाथ में है। जो करेगा वो स्वयं करेगा।
भगवान को कोस के भी क्या होगा? छोड़ो, आज का समाचार सुनते हैं।
आज के मौसम विभाग के समाचार में आप सभी का स्वागत है। आज के समाचार ये दर्शाते हैं कि आने वाले 2 महीनों में बारिश के कोई आसार नजर नहीं आते हैं, जो कि हमारे किसान भाइयों के लिए समस्या का कारण है। धन्यवाद।
हे भगवान, ये तो बिग प्रॉब्लम हो गई।
इसका निवारण कौन होगा?
अरे रुको रुको रुको, हमारे गांव में एग्रीकल्चर ऑफिसर आने वाला है जो कि इन्फेक्शन करेगा।
अरे क्या होता है? अरे भाई, वो एग्रीकल्चर ऑफिसर है, ऑफिसर नहीं।
जो इंस्पेक्शन करने आए हैं, इन्फेक्शन नहीं, और इंस्पेक्शन माने जांच। अच्छा, इंस्पेक्शन करने आए हैं।
गांव वालों ने किया तो भगवान के हवाले,
वाले
गांव वालों ने सब किया भगवान
के हवाले, आ रहे हैं शहर वाले।
अरे भैया दवाई ले लो दवाई, अरे भैया दवाई ले लो दवाई। ओ मेरे बहना, ओ मेरे भाई, लेके आया हूँ हर मर्द की दवाई। आओ भाई ले लो दवाई, ले लो दवाई।
अरे अरे भैया, मेरे को एक शुगर की दवाई देना।
अरे ये लो मैडम जी आपकी शुगर की दवाई।
मुझे एक टेलीविजन की दवाई देना।
अरे मैडम जी टेलीविजन की बीमारी कौन सी है?
टीबी की।
अच्छा टीबी, ये लो मैम आपकी दवाई।
अरे भाई साहब, मुझे एक टीबी की, लिवर की, पेट दर्द की और किडनी की, सभी की दवाई दे दीजिए।
अरे मैडम जी इतनी बीमारियां?
अरे भाई साहब, ये सिर्फ मेरे की नहीं, मेरे पूरे परिवार की है। मेरे बाबूजी को टीबी है, मेरे पति देव को पेट दर्द की, मेरी माताजी को लिवर की और मुझे टीबी की।
ये लो मैडम जी आपकी 5 दवाइयाँ और ऊपर से एक मुफ्त भी लेके जाइए।
एक मुफ्त क्यों?
अरे ये अस्थमा की दवाई है।
अस्थमा?
हाँ आपको ये होने वाला है, रखिए आपके पास। अरे आजकल तो लोग बहुत ज्यादा बीमार होते जा रहे हैं, मुझे क्या, मेरा तो धंधा टॉप क्लास चल रहा है भाई।
देख तेरी संसार की हालत क्या हो गई भगवान।
गया इंसान एक और टपक गया इंसान, है मार डाला, है मार डाला। अरे दवाई ले लो भाई दवाई, अरे भाई दवाई ले लो दवाई। अरे मैडम जी आप तो बड़ी बीमार लगती हो, टेंशन ना लो, हमारे पास हर दवाई का इलाज है।
मेरी बीमारी का इलाज आपके अकेले के पास नहीं है।
ऐसी कौन सी बीमारी है मैडम जी आपको?
लापरवाही की बीमारी। और दुख की बात तो ये है कि मुझे ये बीमारी खुद से नहीं, इन लोगों की वजह से हुई है।
अरे मैडम जी आपका दिमाग सटिया गया है क्या?
क्या?
अरे मैडम जी आप इतनी अजीबोगरीब बातें कर रहे हो, आप हो कौन?
मैं वो हूँ जिसने इन लोगों को पीने के लिए पानी दिया, सांस लेने के लिए शुद्ध हवा दी, उपजाऊ जमीन दी, फल दी, फसलें दी, और बदले में इन लोगों ने मुझे क्या दिया? कूड़ा, कचरा, प्रदूषण, जानलेवा केमिकल और ना जाने क्या क्या। मैं वो हूँ जिन्हें इन लोगों को जीवन दान दिया। मैं धरती हूँ।
अच्छा वो गोल गोल गोला?
अरे हाँ भाई हाँ।
अच्छा वो जो सूरज की तरफ चक्कर लगाता है वो गोला?
अरे हाँ भाई हाँ। आप क्या आधार कार्ड दूं?
नहीं नहीं मैडम जी नहीं, लेकिन आपकी ऐसी हालत हुई कैसे?
मेरी ये हालत इन लोगों की वजह से हुई है, इन लोगों की लापरवाही की वजह से हुई। ना जाने इन लोगों ने मेरे साथ क्या क्या किया, मुझे बर्बाद कर दिया। देखो देखो देखो, उधर देखो, अब एक किसान बरेली में आग लगा रहा है।
आग लगानी आग लगानी आग लगानी। भाई साहब माचिस है क्या आपके पास?
नहीं भाई साहब
माचिस
नहीं।
माचिस माचिस।
अरे क्यों लगानी है?
पराली जलानी, आग लगानी आग लगानी आग लगानी।
नहीं लगा सकते, नहीं लगा सकते, नहीं लगा सकते।
पर क्यों?
अरे आपको पता है परेली जलाने से कितना नुकसान होता है? सबसे पहले तो गर्मी बढ़ जाती है।
अच्छा।
हाँ, और परेली जलाने से हमारे खेतों के आसपास के पेड़ पौधे भी सूख जाते हैं।
अच्छा।
हाँ, और तो और परेली जलाने से यानी आग लगाने से हमारे खेतों के कीड़े मकोड़े भी मर जाते हैं। और पहले ही आपने गेहूं और धान की फसल जलाकर सारा पानी बर्बाद कर दिया। अगर ऐसे ही चलता रहा तो फिर आप धरती और पानी को खा जाओगे।
अच्छा।
हाँ,
शुक्र है मेरे अलावा पानी और धरती की फिक्र किसी को तो है।
अब ये कौन है?
ये मिलेट गर्ल है। यही तो है जिन्हें आपकी, हमारी, इस पानी, इस धरती यानी कि सबकी चिंता है।
मुझे सबकी फिक्र है, मुझे इन सब की फिक्र है, मुझे पानी की फिक्र है, मुझे धरती की फिक्र है, मुझे इस किसान की फिक्र है, इसके परिवार की फिक्र है। पर ये किसान अपने परिवार को धीरे धीरे बीमारियों की चपेट में ले रहा है।
मैं चपेट में ले रहा हूँ?
हाँ।
मैं बीमार कर रहा हूँ? क्या मतलब?
जो तुम पराली जलाते हो, उस पराली से निकला हुआ धुआं जो कि हानिकारक धुआं है, वो धीरे धीरे इस हवा में फैल रहा है। इस हवा में तुम्हारा परिवार सांस ले रहा है। जब तुम्हारा परिवार सांस लेगा तो वो धुआं उनके फेफड़ों में जाएगा और वो बीमार पड़ेंगे ही।
पराली ना जलाऊं तो करूँ क्या?
सोच बदलो, नजरिया बदलो, फसल बदलो।
फसल बदलो क्या मतलब?
मिलेट लगाओ।
उससे क्या होगा?
मिलेट के बहुत से फायदे हैं, जैसे आपके स्वास्थ्य को, पानी को, धरती को और भी बहुत।
अच्छा, आज से मैं मिलेट लगाऊंगा। अरे आज तो एग्रीकल्चर ऑफिसर आने वाली हैं, चलो वहां चलते हैं।
गांव वालों, अफसर मैडम आ रही है, आ रही है भाई, आ रही है, अफसर मैडम आ रही है।
मैडम मैडम, हमारे गांव में पानी नहीं आ रही है मैडम। अगर ऐसे ही चलेगा तो हमारा गुजारा कैसे होगा मैडम?
मैडम, घर में खाने को एक अन्न का दाना भी नहीं है, हम क्या करें मैडम?
आपकी जो प्रॉब्लम है वो बदलना ना तो वो आपके हाथ में, ना तो वो मेरे हाथ में, लेकिन आप अपनी फसलों को बदल के इस समस्या का समाधान पा सकते हैं।
और क्या ये संभव है?
जी हाँ, ये संभव है। आपने रागी, ज्वार और बाजरा का नाम तो सुना ही होगा।
हाँ मैडम, सुना है।
बहुत अच्छे। इन इन फसलों को हम मिलेट्स कहते हैं और आपकी समस्या में ये बहुत ही फायदेमंद है। ये केवल ना ही हमारे लिए ही अच्छी है, बल्कि इस पूरे पर्यावरण के लिए अच्छी है।
और पानी का क्या मैडम? इन्हें उगाने के लिए कम से कम पानी लगता है, जिससे आपकी पानी की समस्या भी दूर हो सकती है। और तो और इन्हें लगाने के लिए ना तो कोई पेस्टिसाइड लगता है और ना तो कोई फर्टिलाइजर।
मैडम, ये से आपने क्या बोला?
फर्टिलाइजर मतलब होता है खाद और पेस्टिसाइड्स मतलब होता है कीटनाशक।
पर ये होगा कैसे और इसको खाएगा कौन?
सब खाएंगे, बड़े बच्चे बुजुर्ग सब खाएंगे। आजकल के बच्चे जंक फूड पे इतना डिपेंड हो गए हैं कि अपनी सेहत का ध्यान ही नहीं रखते। पर अगर हम जंक फूड को मिलेट से रिप्लेस कर दें तो सबकी हेल्थ बहुत अच्छी रहेगी। और तो और जवान और बूढ़े इस मिलेट्स को खा के अपना कोलेस्ट्रॉल और बीपी जैसी बीमारियों को भी कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं। तो मिलेट्स उगाओ और अपनी फसल बढ़ाओ।
अब से हम मिलेट ही लगाएंगे।
जैसा कि आप सबने देखा कि एक जगह गांव की हालत है, इधर लोग किसान अपनी खेती में मिलेट्स उगा ही नहीं रहे। उसका कारण हमने शहर में देखा कि लोग जंक फूड पे ज्यादा खाते हैं। मिलेट्स के अलावा लोग ज्यादा जंक फूड खाना पसंद करते हैं, जो कि अलग अलग बीमारियों का कारण बनती है। जैसे जंक फूड खाने की वजह से बीपी, शुगर, हार्ट की बीमारियां ये सब होती है। अगर हम जंक फूड्स को मिलेट से रिप्लेस कर दे और मिलेट को अपने डाइट में इंक्लूड कर दे तो हम इन सब बीमारियों से बच सकते हैं।
Millets are the most sustainable and environmental friendly crops. They require much less rainfall and are much cheaper than any other crop. Moreover, they are really helpful for today's generation, especially for the health freaks. So health freaks, don't forget to add them in your diet. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Dear students, thank you very much for your performance. Now we will have a session on post-harvest processing, value addition and recipe development in millets. So I would now request Dr. Chindi Vasudevappa, Vice Chancellor NIFTEM, the chairperson for this particular session. So please come on the stage. I request Dr. B. Dayakar Rao, CEO, Nutri-Hub.
Yes. Sir का सेशन है मैडम। बोल दूं ना।
I request Dr. B. Dayakar Rao, CEO, Nutri-Hub, ICAR IIMR, to deliver the keynote address for this session. Then I would request the panelists, Mr. Binu Cherian, Country Manager, Harvest Plus. Sir, please come. Then I would request Dr. Komal Chauhan from Niftem Kundli. Madam, please join us on the stage. Then we have Dr. P.S. Rao from IIT Kharagpur. Sir, please join us on the stage. Then we have Madam Chef Gunjan Goila from Delhi. Madam, please join us. Then we have Dr. K.K. Pant, Principal IHM Pusa. Then we have Dr. Savinder Kaur, Lovely Professional University. Madam, please join. Then Dr. Meenakshi Singh, Madam from CSIR. So this is going to be a session on post-harvest processing, value addition and recipe development in millets. Now I would leave the platform to the chair. Sir, over to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. I know it's maybe time for lunch. That is the reason people are just moving front and back. Probably I wish some more people will join for this session, but all the same, I know we have a time constraint. Basically, I think, this has to be completed in about half an hour time as per the suggestions from the coordinator of this whole program, Dr. Dayakar Rao. And I would say here, we are dealing with a very sensitive and a very important topic, which is, I would say, the post-harvest management, especially the value addition, and the title of that, of course, let me just read out. So post-harvest processing, value addition, recipe development in millets. I think this is something, the last part is more interesting, but all the same, I think we have very eminent, especially panelists on the dais. I welcome all of them. And I know always we know that the post-harvest management is something which is very important in India. We have been losing, especially the post-harvest losses are quite high as far as the cereals are concerned. Of course, it is more so with, I would say, the rice and wheat and things like that. Maybe the millets are much more sturdier. Probably the losses in terms of in terms of quantity may not be more than 5%, but all the same, in fact, the shelf life of some of these things is also has to be kept in mind, especially I would say the bajra, which has not a great shelf life, and where the requirement of the post-harvest management becomes all the more important. And another thing which is very, very important is we need to address the total value chain in terms of maybe the production, processing, I would say the storage, the logistics which are involved, and the branding, marketing. All these things are the concerns of post-harvest management. And India being a country which is, I would say, known for millet production, unfortunately or fortunately, we were out of place for quite some time because the whole cereal production or the food grain production was dominated by rice and wheat. Today again, thanks to the nature and thanks to our Honorable Prime Minister, that he is putting India on the map of millet, the sole millet producing country of the world. So that's where I think we are all here. Probably, as was said in the morning, it is the genotype which is very, very important. And probably by improved genotype, we can always achieve a higher production and productivity levels. That is something which is great. And that apart, what is produced, how do we reach to the people? How do we reach to the end user? That is something which is very, very important. I know millets were not regarded as food of everyone earlier. It was regarded as poor man's food. But today, the millets have become the most costliest cereals compared to any other cereal in the country. Why? It's all because of its nutritional value and nutritional benefits. So that's where I think we are here today. In fact, there are more than 25 or 30 the millets across the whole country, out of which how many of them we are focusing. That is something which is very, very important. Maybe about 6 or 8. I think 6 to 8 millets are becoming important for us in the day-to-day life. So that is where I think, we need to give a focus on this. That apart, how do we utilize that and bring it to the mainstream? Could be in the public distribution system or ICDS or midday meal scheme and things like that, which are part of the whole value chain system. But as a common man food, still, I would say it is not yet to find a market. I know a lot of the startups who are here, probably the entrepreneurs and the self-help groups and all that, they have come up with many products. And one thing which we need to really understand is, how do we bring in a value addition into millets? That is something which we need to really understand. So probably I think that value addition, not necessary that it should be mixed with other food grains and all that, but all the same, I know millets are not great source of protein. Compared to the other cereals, may be better. But the human body requires much better protein as well. How do we supplement and complement these things? Maybe some of the deficient vitamins and all that, that also can be done. And that's where I think value addition is taking a big shape. In fact, now different kinds of value-added products are finding the market of the millet market, I would say. So we need to really look at, many institutions are involved. IIMR is leading from the forefront, and probably other research institutions like the CFTRI, I think they have done a lot of work earlier, and even now also it's continued. And likewise, I think NIFTEM has come into being, and it is also spearheading some of the research activities and all that, and in the INI. And one thing which we need to remember, what is really missing is, with startups, I would say here, my request is only that come up with a nutritional status of the product which you make. That is one thing which otherwise is missing. People say that it is good for health, all that, this, that, it has minerals, vitamins and all that, but the quantification is not happening. So that is something which probably the millet product producers or the value-added producers probably, I think, need to look at and then help bringing in that. And of course, that apart, the recipe, which are, I would say, the traditional recipes have to be documented. So that can be improved upon. That's where I think, now the IIMR is doing a great service, and probably they have already come up with a millet coffee book. And even the NIFTEM Tanjavur, they have also come up with a millet coffee book, which can really find the utilization by everybody who really matters for this. So with this, I request Dr. Dayakar Rao to take over and also now maybe handle this session. Thank you very much.
We are running out of time. I think I'll try to be brief. Chairman has put in a right setting. But this is a really very, very important component of the entire value chain. That's what we understood from the past 1.5 decades. We have been working very hard on this. And today we have many, many partners, especially including the chairman himself. He's a very good advocate, and together we are here standing before you. But I would like to take you a quick presentation that must be for a longer time, but I'll take you through that. You don't need any introduction, but I just want to make a point here. Other than India, the teff and fonio are the other two millets, perhaps you may not have heard. Teff and fonio, primarily they are grown in Africa. So these are now termed as Nutri-Cereals. So I think then trends in millet sectors, of course, why we have to go for the processing, that is what very important. In today's context, we need to integrate agriculture, food processing, and nutrition together to take it to the consumer. I say earlier we were working in isolation, but there are a lot of cross learnings that should happen while we plan something value chain to take to the ultimate consumer. I think this is the new trend that is coming up across the commodity, and more so in a commodity like millets to begin with. So we take these things because apart from their superiority, but I just would like to emphasize that what we take is that millets, they need very less water, about 350 to 400 millimeters of water compared to 2100. in sugarcane and 1200 in case of rice. So what there is a big message across for us. Try to understand that the precious grain that comes out of is in fact very giving less but taking more from the crop. I think per drop per crop. Now there are many drivers in taking the millet trade because you can see Anushka Sharma, you know that Virat Kohli is Mrs. Virat Kohli. Now she's a brand ambassador and equity partner with that of Slurp Farms, smiling at millets. But these are all spoken about whether the health benefits, nutritional value, or low carbon fruit. So I don't want to deal on these things, but tell you that there is a big opportunity beckoning us to bring in millets on par with all other cereals which are known for their processing and their nutrition. So the consumer may take the best benefit out of it. But in addition to that, the whole range or array of nutrients that is very important. So millet processing is important because India is the country which is largely growing millets, and other countries also still processing is that of a very limited extent in other countries. I think there is a great responsibility that vested upon. Thanks, now government is come with the National Year of Millets and Indian Institute of Millet led research consortium. We are ready with the technology, and now it is being in fact a take to that, because one of the major factors that was impeding the millet consumption was the convenience. So that convenience technologies were brought into the fore, and today you can see the large array of the products that are there. But it is not come just simple, because it is not that rice and wheat, gluten is not a problem. Here, what you find is the minus gluten, you will have to resolve the issues and all this. So we could find out the trick from the under the hat, and then we found that not to manipulate the protein, but get into the manipulation of the starch and try to bring in convenience by gelatinization through hydrothermal treatments. So, and while we do all the processing, I think the most important thing is that how we really just address the various constraints in the millet processing. So we are at it. I'm just trying to take that, but the major factors that for you to understand is that the primary processing and secondary processing. The primary processing, normally it is a very easiest thing. But then in case of millets, again, it's a difficult thing. Minor processing, I think I'm talking in front of honorable researchers across the important countries. So I just humble myself, and we found, I'm trying to present my own experience that dealing with dehulling and separation in case of minor millets has been a very, very hardest task. And once again, I take this opportunity to, from this podium, to appeal to all the researchers and to bring in the most important. We have people from CFTR, IIT Kharagpur, NIFTM, and many others from various other institutes. I think this is one area where we need to do that. Secondary processing has been, because once you mill the grain and it becomes a raw material, perhaps it becomes easy, though there are some, some problems with regard to that, how you can bring in the gelatinization and cooking the starch before that. So those things were more or less addressed, and also has taken to the next secondary level. And so they trying to address the major problems regarding the millet processing. This I told you that primary processing has been that product development. We have come a long way. Shelf life is the major thing that is impending. Grains, it is okay, but flour is the major factor, because when we are trying to mainstream millets into the public funded programs, the flour becomes grain becomes very good, then it can be done. But how about the small grains, minor millets, where it has to, the outer inedible portion has to be removed, and then the once you remove that, the shelf life, they are exposed to the lot of factors that lead to the lower shelf life. So that is flour is when the value added products is much better. I think taste palatability is a challenge that which we have overcome for quite some time. Sir told that the recipe development is the most crucial thing. Now, we have lots of challenges. There is a traditional recipe development and the modern type that is coming at. And when you talk about matching the various regional cuisines and the international cuisines that are there, I think our challenge is going to, but then I think most of the institutions are at it. Lot of NGOs are working on this. I think we are confident we can take things forward. With regard to the processing machinery, again, This is one thing that though in India we can claim that this processing machinery we are at superior level, but still the efficiency issues are there with regard to dehulling and separation of the small millets. So trying to build up some of the basic data, because what happens is you call them a Nutri-Cereal, and when you process it excessively, then you lose the thing. So it's so important that we need to bring out some sort of a standards of degree of polishing and try to bring in efficiency of that. So in fact, we are working on that, and we have come out, I think CFTRI and IIMR, we are going to come out very soon, because otherwise indiscriminate, after dehulling and polishing takes to a next level, the challenge, and people go very far, and then that is causing a lot of problem, because ultimately it becomes another polished rice. So we need to, as researchers, to take the goodness of millets. It's very important bringing the right machinery and also right standards in place. So there are many things that I could talk, but one other important intervention that which we need to do is the major form of consumption is the roti in India, and how you are going to really increase. Because if you talk about the world, without really just mainstreaming this millets in the food plate of our own country, it becomes a very challenging thing. But today's context, if it's going to be drudgery removal, small machines are available. But the latest thing that has come is that one new machine that which we developed with the help of one of the local engineering college, it has come up very well, where you don't need to add hot water also. Straight away you can do that, and the rotis suffer just like your pulkas that you can make it. And there is also a provision for to bake it also. So very soon we are going to launch these programs, fabricate and scale it up. So secondary processing, we were working, and then we are moving forward. But I told you that the nutritional changes that are very important that we need to compound, so that the scientific way of taking millets to the next level is very, very vital for us. Because there are so many people for any processing, garbage in, garbage out. So people, they take things on their own, but as an institutions, we have a collective responsibility to bring in a very systematic data on the losses that could happen and how to overcome those losses, so that the real name of the Nutri-Cereal may be retained and all this thing. So we have come out for some of the data for various millets and try to see how the losses can happen when you dehull it and all this. So this data will be available and put on the main our website also, and we are collecting. In the morning there was a issue when Dr. Dalwai was talking about. We have collated, sir, all the technologies from various institutes we have collected, and we are putting across, putting on the website, and a common place where the startups can take the advantage of that, so that they can also have some sort of a licensing and other things. So a systematic and scientific base is all the time very important. We came out with one polisher that is very, very vital component, which is very important. Based on that, the degree of polishing which we did, now we are fabricating it further, try to see that it can be scaled up and used in the various things. So some machinery is being developed, but I think I just appeal to the best of the country. Brains must give an attention to that. So I have taken this to the Prime Minister's, sir, PSA, scientific advisor, to tell that to bring in the best brains in the world to converge and to work on this particular aspect where we are unable to resolve so on a short-term basis, so that we will have a bigger, maybe not only the country, but even other people can also be brought. Now, for example, little millet, if we say that we have optimized the polishing time for the 2 minutes, and where the protein, fat, and all the fiber losses are minimal. That way, we have come out with some standards for each of those things, so that what could be the moisture percentage, what should be the speed while you are RPM, and what is the polishing time that one can go for it. So this gives so that the people cannot misuse. Because something in some of the states it's happening, the indiscriminate polishing. So one should be there, especially there is an industry representative from Nasik here. He has to take this message and try to take that for the export market also. And the nutritional evaluation we have done, value addition, product development through our Center of Excellence. In fact, past 15 years we are working, but now we have many partners and we are reaching out to them, and most of them, they are working, and today millet has taken the center stage of processing. So this is very important development that can take us, try to Because once you put your leg in the market, I think they need to have a continuous new products that should be coming into the market. They cannot talk about all the things. Now our challenge becomes more intense, because morning Bajaj was telling that we need to identify the products of different countries also. So I think a lead research must get into that. Now today, I'm happy that it is not just you're talking about only flour, but the various, whether it is a cold extrusion or hot extrusion, puffing, baking, beverages, plant-based proteins also. Many of the leading institutes have taken up express foods and nano starch. So the new areas. So this table gives a very clear picture. What are the processing technologies and what could be the losses where you will have a benefit of higher vitamins retention and all those things. I think all people, even the starters, must take. We will make this presentation available. You need to understand that, because you need to pass on goodness of millet to the consumer. So choose such a temperature. Now, for example, if you want to go for bajra, which are the processing technologies? Because your flour is not a solution. There, the shelf life is very important. You need to get into extrusion. So where it's a more safer, where the shelf life can be extended 6 months, but also your bioavailability and the digestibility also increases. So this way, there are several markets that are developed, but the advanced technology in millet process, like analog rice, this could be another game changer, I feel. But we are in the stability. We are working on the stability of this thing. And once this comes, the fortification also is a possibility in this particular thing. We found some of the recipes that came up were very well, the grain type and all those things. And I hope that this thing, so especially Kodo millet has been a very good thing, and we got an award also by the hospital industry, that is restaurant industry. And the millet milk powder, analog cheese, dahi millet, dahi analog. There are various other things that people are working, and plant-based protein has been. There is a Good Food Institute, Good Food India Institute. They are planning for a center of excellence at Indian Institute of Millet Research. Try to work on this proteins, plant proteins, so that we may take to the world. Especially millet and legume combination marriage will be very good, because of trying to balance the amino acids. What is deficiency in pulses can be, in fact, compensated with that of the millets. So research is going on. I think this is an information for many people for the new product development that could happen. People are here. Please try to converse and use the best modern technologies that are there to bring in the new products. And I think millet could be. This is one millet edible film by Tanjavur. I think they have come out with and try to explore. I think please come and know that. And it is also good for brewing purpose also. Millets are good for brewing. Sab Miller in Africa, they do that. So this could be another area of your business enterprise idea where you can take things forward. A healthy beer, a gluten-free beer, you can call them position into the market in such a way that, and lacto-fermented milk beverages, milk tortillas, and supplementary foods that which we are going. So the list goes on. Probiotic, prebiotic, it could be a game changer, I'm telling you, because once you get into this, because they are rich in phytochemicals like phytic acid and phytase, they have some benefits of cholesterol and reducing the risk. So especially pearl millet could be a very good source for this. So doing some sort of a thing, trying to take that traditional fermented milk drink, boza, which is consumed over 8,000 years, one can really modify and bring about as an immune booster also. So there is the whole area of processing is open to us, not only for probiotic, but as a prebiotic also. And because of the resistant starch it contains, one can really just, one other thing is technologies, the nixtamalization, especially in Central America and Mexico. If we can come out such products where we can really just take for the international year. So we are working very proactively on this thing. Now the recipe development, traditional recipes are there. How you can refine them for the modern markets? That is very, very important. So nutritional evaluation, getting into the complete database of all the traditional recipes. A project is proposed so that we are going to come out. So the books, the literacy, so many things. I think other panelists are going to talk. I don't want to talk too much about this. Cooking with millets and people, making people very much aware. The literacy part is very important. Now the international cuisines also, how can we really reach out with the millet-based things? it's a very big challenge because absence of gluten, most of the international cuisines are based about the gluten-based products. One side it is that you have an opportunity to capture the gluten-free market, but the other side is the processing constraint that one has to balance these things and try to take how we can. But I think some book is available, and the month of January, we are going to have shelf life. I think grain is not a major problem. What we found is that at least a year they can stay. Most of the millets, if the moisture content is about 12%, I think you can take it. De-hulled grain is again 3 months, and only in ragi, of course, it is about 6 months. Shelf life one has to really address in terms of the floor, and then later. So finally, I would conclude with the strategy. What should be the strategy for an international year with regard to this value addition? So here, enhance shelf life through molecular level studies for mainstreaming. I think CFTRA and IIMR, we have taken up a joint project on this, and they're working on this thing. Proteomic profiling is also being done, so that I think Meera, madam, who is in charge of the enhancing shelf life, she's here. Machinery with enhanced dehulling efficiency and separation for minor millets. We can really replicate these things, because once you do that, and South-South cooperation, we can replicate this value chains gains, including transferring technology to the African nations. Machinery is a major constraint. What we did, they don't need to rediscover again it. Upscaling the secondary processing. Now we have come to the from piloting to the commercial scale, but the scale has to be still further increased. Grades and standards with FSSI and BIS has to be consolidated, though it is there for some of the currently available products, but minor millets, it has to be established. And providing expertise as knowledge partner, we all need to join in. As morning you are telling, sir, about that various mentoring institution, mainstreaming millets in ODOP, PLI schemes. I think we need to give a right input to them, so that the industry may properly utilize the government funding for taking millets forward. And providing an expertise knowledge, that is what we have to really reach out to these people. And replication, addressing R&D gaps, of course. And we need to cater to not only domestic markets, primarily domestic markets, and then to the export market. And can we scale up the value chain, especially in terms of bringing the stakeholders and through the processing vehicle which we have. I think today we all are collective minds with brainstorming, various institutions coming, various stakeholders. Now you have a chef, you have from hotel manager, you have industry, and I think they will speak more and about that. But with this, I can just conclude saying that you eat Nutri-Cereal and stay healthy. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Dayakar Rao. I think he gave his lifetime achievement. Probably, I think this is the area which it is very close to his heart, and he has been working for years. And I would say that, of course, he has been a big promoter for millets. I know millets are regarded as the universal superfoods today. So it's only for the reason that it has low glycemic index. Second, it doesn't have the gluten. Probably, I think these are the two things which really bring in millets into the real mainstreaming of the food as far as food is concerned. But all the same, millet as a grain, the post-harvest losses may not be heavy, but as a flour, I think we have a lot of issues. That's what he highlighted. And probably, I think value addition and making into many more products, and which are maybe traditional or modern, all that has been really highlighted well. And that apart, I would say, even the machinery part of it, which is very, very important and sensitive as well. In fact, India has been an importer of all the food processing machinery. And the majority of the machinery, especially wherever automation is there, I think we are still dependent on outside world. But now this is a time when we need to indigenize the machinery manufacturing within the country. Probably that is the reason why all of us had a meeting in Delhi. In fact, to sensitize people, especially the manufacturers, to come up with the indigenous, and I would say the machines. This is something which is very, very important. Of course, we are now focusing only on the traditional machinery part of it. How do we make it automated and come to a level of a corporate? I think that is something which is really required, which will happen. Years to come, I think this is going to happen. And that apart, I know the one thing which he said about the recipe is something which is very, very important. It is not to the palate of the Indians or the region palate, but it is for the international palate. I think that is something which I feel are the greatest requirements for the country as well. And I compliment and especially I would say thank Dr. Dayakar Rao for a wonderful presentation, which he made, I think, encompassing the all issues concerned, especially about the millets and how to proceed forward. Thank you very much. And let's give him a big round of applause. I know it's a great thing. And now we have the panelists, especially Dr. Rao, S.S. Rao, who has been the director of, Rao has been the director of, the Kharagpur, IIT Kharagpur, and they are working from many years on, especially on the storage part of it and the machinery part of it. So I request him to apprise the house about how actually they are taking it forward through IIT Kharagpur. Please.
So respected Chairman, sir, Dr. Vasudevappa, and Co-Chairman Dr. Dayakar Rao, other co-panelists, and dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. So good afternoon, everyone. And after having heard Dr. Dayakar Rao with so many technologies, so probably this will not be a very big thing. Just I would like to discuss a few issues and maybe the probable solutions from my viewpoint. So all of us, we know the millets wherever I start with. So I always mention these are forgotten millets because we know the good benefits of these. Many of our forefathers even know. So my early days, we also consumed a lot of millets. But today, actually, we are completely habituated with the rice-based system or maybe wheat-based system, where actually we are completely missing the goodness of all these millets. The other reason for maybe missing these millets is the difficulties in terms of its processing, where actually we need to do a lot of effort so that some convenience, maybe some easiness in the processing can be brought in. So when it starts with the primary processing itself, where actually we have difficulty in terms of its cleaning, its dehusking, its polishing. The reason being, there are several millets, although many of them are actually similar in its nature. Maybe they are actually different in terms of their properties, their size, and maybe their mechanical behavior, etc. That's how actually a common machine cannot work for all the millets, where actually we need to understand which can be processed with a specific type of processing unit, maybe where actually we need to differentiate. Maybe sometimes the whole machine need not to be different. Some alternative, like actually a kind of sieve at the bottom itself, change. So that will take care of. Or otherwise, the emery which we are using, the granule size of the emery, so that can be taken, that can take care of the other kind of millet. So these are to be identified, maybe standardized. Where of course, although several of such machines are available from different research institutes, and even some of the commercial machines are available, particularly from Perfora, etc. But what we understand, the performance in terms of its effectiveness is much below than the what is required. So it's about 50 to 70% on average. This needs to be taken up at least 85 to 90% process efficiency. If it is not there, then of course it is difficult to cope up. And on the other side, if you see the picture, the farmer actually, they are not interested to cultivate these grains in spite of having a lot of importance these days. One, of course, they are not getting appropriate market price. So this may be the reason, unless it is actually taken to a large extent in terms of value addition. So probably they will not be getting the benefit of it. On the other side, if you see, whatever is being processed, it is actually at the high end of the cost. So the farmer is getting hardly 25 to 30 rupees, whereas the processor actually, even the primary processed millets, we are spending almost 120 to 180 rupees anywhere in between. So this high cost, I will not blame the processors, but the reason actually a lot of losses. When you are getting only 50 to 60% yield, so they are prone to, they are bound to actually sell at the higher price. If the yields can be improved with improvement of the process technologies, with the improvement of machinery, so probably the cost will come down. So even the benefit what the processors are getting, if part of it can be transferred to the farmers, so then they will be encouraged. Instead of actually the selling at a throwaway price, maybe they can be getting at least a 40 rupees per kg or maybe more than that. Then when you go for multiplication of these process technologies, obviously when the large quantity is being processed, then actually the cost of processing also will come down, and it can be even consumer also will be able to get an affordable price, right? So these are actually some of the issues. Then as far as the promotion of these millets are concerned, there are several ways, of course. One way, of course, giving in different, what I can say, zones. We actually, like yesterday, actually, one of the model we have seen, which was actually discussed by Ms. Bajpai, where actually in Anganwadi level or maybe at local level, actually it's being promoted. Maybe similar kind of models can be promoted, or maybe these can be taken as a success story and this can be promoted. On the other hand, the availability of machinery, which are actually either at very small scale, what we are having, and maybe at local level, the agro processing centers can be established, and this will be actually paving the way for several farmers who can actually bring their grains and maybe process. They can use it at least for their domestic needs. At the same time, these are to be promoted in schools level also, maybe for the midday meal program. I think already, some of the programs like SDS has taking forward. The other day, actually, in Defense Food Research Labs, we were discussing about whether this can be included into military ration. So that's one of the good options as such. So this way, a lot of avenues are there, but only thing, processing with a right suited technologies, with a good platter of items. And when it comes to the cousins which are available, probably we are having one problem with its taste. But sometimes actually we can bear that one. When we are actually taking a lot of pills with a lot of bitterness, so why not a bitter grain can be consumed so that it will be having a very good health benefit. So that way today we must be looking at food as your medicine rather than medicine as your food. So if this at least can be taken to the folks and maybe promoted that way, so millets will be a right suited diet. At least we must promise at least one meal in a day can be taken as taken from the millet side. So if this can be taken, so probably a lot of promotion will come to it. Then when it comes to scale up, so actually when you want to industrialize, then obviously scaling up of these technologies is another issue. So we can of course manufacture or maybe process at home scale, but the same thing when you want to manufacture at a commercial scale, so the availability of the facility, the creation of facility, these are actually one thing. So at a local level, as I told, we can even take a kind of mobile processing units where all these systems for cleaning, maybe grading or maybe polishing can be set on a mobile van, and these can be taken to the farmer localities, and probably this way the processing facility can be made utilized. The alternatively, in different areas actually, some of the processing parks for the millets can be created, and this will pave the way for larger amount of grains processing. And at the same time, when you are talking of the commercially selling in a pack, there actually the quality aspects are actually very, very important. Many times actually we may be processing and filling into a suitable pouch and we are selling without having the nutritional information. That's very, very important in the today's context. Unless the nutritional information is not there, many land consumers will not be able to purchase that thing. Second thing, actually, the preparations what you are making, maybe it is a semi-processed or maybe processed or maybe ready to cook, unless the process technology, like actually how it's prepared. If the method of preparation is even printed there, if not, the space is not there. Today, actually, we have a lot of digitization possible. So simply you give a QR code, and when you access that one, you will be getting that complete methodology, how much water to be added, what other ingredients are to be added, how much time it needs to be cooked. These actually can be taken that way. Consumer will be getting more information. So probably that will take forward our technology. Standardization of all these process technologies for the ready to cook, ready to eat products is very, very important. We know I can prepare in a different way, maybe some other can prepare in a different way. The ultimate target is to give the consumer a suitable this thing. If it can be standardized with a same technology, maybe multiplied in a number of large quantity, so probably commercialization will be much, much better. In addition to this, when you talk of processing, again, so far actually we are having unorganized sector. When it comes to the organized sector, the byproducts can be actually well utilized. Whereas actually now we are throwing, and in the morning actually one of the panelists said, it's actually even disposing is a basic issue. So now these byproducts like husk etc. are having a lot of bioactives. These can be very well extracted, maybe utilized in a different way so that the commercial aspects can be best improved. Now, when you talk of globalization, obviously the standard of processing, standard of product should be of international level, meeting the international standards. These are to be addressed properly. And last, I would like to just say the shelf life of the millets. Although the naked grains will be having little better shelf life, but other products are having very short shelf life. So although we are working on these things, but need to be taken appropriate care. While we are marching towards international era of millets next year, so we must actually harvest the low-hanging fruits, maybe take little fast-forward moment to develop, or maybe by fine-tuning the available equipment, or maybe develop the new systems as quickly as possible. So this way, probably we can take forward, and maybe we can promote the millets in a bigger way. With these few words, and I would like to just share a work what actually we are working with IIMR Hyderabad in terms of developing some of the millet processing equipment. At the same time, at our level, we are working on a shelf life improvement, like grain storage structures we are developing, and even we are working on the plant-based meat based on the boiled millet, etc. These are some of the initiatives which have taken. So thank you for giving this opportunity. Probably I was a little longer than the time given. Thank you so much for.
Thank you, Dr. Rasa, and I think it was great listening to you, especially with regard to the pre-processing and probably the value addition and the flooring and all that, and also the equipments that are really involved. And then, of course, he has touched upon especially the promotional activities. Having one millet meal a day is something which is becoming popular all over. In fact, in last meeting, we had Manjit Singh, who is the chief and chef from Delhi. I think we had his word. He was also referring to the same. One millet meal a day, if we can promote, probably I think 1/3 of the food grain production has to be millets. So that's where I think let's give him a big round of applause for suggesting that. All the very best. Thank you. Now I think we move on to the value-added products. I request Dr. Komal Chavan, who is the professor and head of food science and technology at NIFTEM. She will highlight only on the value-added products and its, I would say, the importance and things like that.
A very good afternoon to all. Thank you, Chairperson, the co-chairperson, Dr. Rao.
Just 3 minutes, please.
Yes, sir. I'll be talking only on 3 points.
Yeah,
First is very important is the pre-processing of the millets, because pre-processing of the millets will inhibit the anti-nutritional factors and increase the bioavailability of the nutrients. The bioactivity can only be achieved if we have the bioaccessibility, the bioavailability, and finally the bioresponse is there. Second point is regarding the, like we all are talking about replacing some of our major staples like rice and wheat with the millets, which would be very difficult. Instead of replacing, we should substitute the millets or fortify millets with the staples. Because now the mandate of Government of India is fortification. So we are fortifying the staples with micronutrients. And since these millets are already a plethora of micronutrients, why can't we fortify the millets along with the wheat and rice? That will enhance the nutritional assessment or have an impact on the nutritional status of the individuals. Third is like for when we talk about the introduction of these millets into public distribution system, the major constraint is the cost norms. Like for supplementary nutrition programs, it is like 8 rupees for the normal beneficiary per day. And for value-added products, it becomes very difficult in 8 rupees to a normal person, normal beneficiary, a value-added product from the scratch, it has to reach to the beneficiary in a packed form. So where we need to rework upon. Next is where we have been working together, like Dr. Rao's initiative, that private-public partnership. It is a platform where we all have joined hands, where public stakeholders, private industries, and academia, we have come together to bring this to and enhance where we can actually show the growth. The last point I would like to add, we've been working together, like all of us, we've been working towards only the sensory evaluation part. Now, as per the latest guidelines of FSSAI, Indian nutritional rating is coming up. जो भी brands available हैं market में with the brand name, in the front itself, it would be Indian nutrition rating would be there from 1 to 5, scale of 1 to 5, in terms of whether it contains how much salt, how much energy, how much fat and sugar would be there. If it is towards 0, it means they contain more of these nutrients. And if it is towards 5, it is considered as healthy. So instead of only when we were rating on the sensory scale from 1 to 9 on 9-point hedonic scale, now nutritional rating on each product would be mandatory. That is
Good, good. Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Chavan. I think it was a good points made. Especially, I would say one is on the fortification of millets, because millets, though we regard them as superfood, but they are not wholesome. How do we bring in the concept of adding in more nutrients into the millet? I think especially when we are making specialized foods, I think that is very, very important and very pertinent today. In the process of promotion, we need to look at even the nutritional value, just not patting on the back that that millets are the best. No, that is a concept which we agree, but at the same time, how do we make it much more effective and better? I think that is the concept. That is, in addition, probably she also touched upon the value-added products, which can really come in place whenever we feel that these are some of the issues which are really concerned. And in addition to that, probably the public distribution system and the private public partnership. So thank you very much for your points made. Anyway, Dr. Dayakar Rao wants to add some more points for it.
So the new era is multigrain. I think across the world, this is what the mantra that people take. Now, I just take one step ahead and say an organization like ICAR with integrated with others, we need to think about the composite foods. Composite foods bring the goodness, because people already they are having a taste for sometimes fruits and vegetables, pulse and all those things. Can we introduce a part of it as a millet and bring in, because I just want to quote one simple thing, that the case I was telling about the plant proteins, that is what is available. Mostly it is a pea protein, plant-based protein, which is primarily is in the market right now. The essential amino acids, the deficient amino acid is the methionine. While you find the methionine is quite in good quantities in case of millets, you bring them together, bring a quality protein by bringing them and integrate them to the product. See, this is what the scientific input with we should be able to give it to the startups and all this. So they will take these ideas forward and scale it up and go for commercialization. Ultimately, consumer will be benefited. I think this is the point. It's a very good point.
I know, in fact, in addition to that, probably the soybean has been a very good source of protein. So we are not, we are trying to work on these things. Soybean could be, then the jackfruit powder, which is supposed to be a very good nutritional supplement, and mushroom powder. I think these are things, including, I would say, the vegetable powders. Even I would say the drumstick, what do you call it? Moringa powder. These are all things which we need to really look at, especially when we address the making millets as a composite wholesome food. That is where I think we are today. Thank you very much. And now we will move on to Dr. Meenakshi. She is also from Savinder. Dr. Meenakshi. You are not Savinder Kaur. So from LPU for speaking on the value-added foods using millets.
Very good afternoon to all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to stand in front of you, sir. So I'll be discussing only the things what we are doing at LPU in terms of value addition. So we are right now focusing on the problems which are faced by the industry. Being academic and research institutes, we know that research is important, but sometimes the research what we are doing is only staying in the thesis form. So what we are doing is that we are meeting with the industries regularly. We are having a program which is known as Manthan, where the industry people are coming and they are telling us what challenges they are facing in during the processing. So we are taking those problem statements and we are working on them and providing the solution to the industry. And right now, in terms of millet, what we are going on is that we are characterizing the different fractions which are coming out during the milling. and looking at what different type of nutritional losses are coming up. Because when we talk about value addition will be not only in terms of developing the product, it is about reducing the waste also. So whatever waste is getting generated, how we can best use that waste in order to generate profits. So we are looking into that, what parameters or what nutritional components like dietary fiber we are talking about micronutrients. So in which fraction these nutrients are more, so that we can use or extract those nutrients from that waste, and it can be used as a supplement or for fortification purposes. So this is one study which is going on. And for the second part, we are also tying up with the hospitals for the clinical trials. We are claiming that millets is a superfood, but it is very important to, you can say, convince the consumer that this is actually a superfood and that cannot be done without going for the clinical trials. So we are also moving in that direction. And when we talk about, because my department, food technology and nutrition, is under School of Agriculture. So we are having 400+ acre farming land. And in Punjab, you know, this is basically the wheat rice system which is going on. We are doing one project with this Japan for the alternative crops. So we are promoting millets in regard to that, right? And also we are working with when we talk about, like when we are here, we are looking at how much it is, you can say, important and how much popular the millet is in this region. But that we are not seeing in the Punjab region, because might be awareness is missing. So we are having around 35,000 students in our campus only from different states and from 39+ countries. So we will be doing the awareness campaign within the campus only, so that these 35,000 students will be becoming the brand ambassador for the, you can say, promotion of millet in their states as well and in different countries as well. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, madam. I think it's one of the biggest universities in Punjab, a lovely professional university, and they have more than 35,000 students. And probably if they can promote amongst these 35,000 students, that itself is a huge promotion for millets. And I welcome, and especially for the efforts that is really going on in this direction by the university, including the Vice Chancellor. And they have started a small program now. I think I wish it will grow up and come up with a huge program in the years to come. All the very best. Thank you very much. So now we will move on to, probably, I think we will move on to the chef. Probably Chef Gunjan Goyala, I think she will be speaking about the recipes part of it. And then we will come to the hotel where actually it is served. Okay, that's the track which I am maintaining. So all the very best. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I need to thank the panel on the stage and also Dr. Rao for inviting me all the way from Delhi. Thank you, sir. Much has been said about the millet part. What responsibility we people carry as a chef is how to make this millet more interesting and more palatable. As the saying goes, it is the eyes which eat the food first. So we have to make the food as attractive. We have to make the food as attractive as it should taste. So the job is actually a little challenging because the palate, the Indian palate, is more used to the wheat food, you know, the products from the wheat flour. We are gradually changing and making it more interesting in terms, because we have to bring this to a point where it becomes a fashion to eat millet. Till now, millet was taken as a point where it was either for a medical reason or it was for the rural. Now bringing this food to the urban plate, it is a challenge which we have to take it and we have to make it happen. Now, what we are supposed to do is, what is a good combination that goes with millet? For example, if I was to make a lasagna, how can I make the lasagna replacing the wheat? That is what my responsibility is, because that's the only way I can make millet more popular and more acceptable in the urban sector. The second point here also arises is, who's the diner? should I give the diner that particular food or not? Because nowadays it's a chef's responsibility to be feeding the person with the right food. As Dr. Bhandari said, food is medicine, but all food is not medicine. It's a very valid point today. And when we say you eat whatever you want to, but in moderation, but millet is one food, you have to understand the goodness and what absorption it has to your body. You cannot overeat the same food. It's going to be turning into a kind of a poison in your body. Now, making a good recipe as per the diner is a very important part. We have to understand the nature of the millet, and this will take some time, sir, as I would like to point out here, because it has not reached the masses. And I have a very humble request to everybody here and all those people who are involved in millet and millet production to make this millet available and at a very decent price. Once the millet is expensive, it only remains in the higher strata. As recently, it is declared as a superfood. So the moment the super word is added, people in the urban families and in the urban cities take it, oh, this is a food we must consume because it is a fashion. Whereas I say food is never a fashion, it is a necessity. So to please make this point, I would, a humble request, let it not be just remain as a fashion food, let it reach the masses. Now, thank you. I want another point, what happens is when we are going to the villages, for them, millet is a very basic food. They consume it in a daily lifestyle. And that is the major reason their health is well taken care of. We need to bring millet to the urbans and to a different strata to tell them that it is as tasty as any other food. Because till now we are eating bread, which is made from flour. I must say thanks to the Britishers who changed our dietary habits to making wheat as a major staple, whereas millet has always been an Indian staple. We always grew millet, but over a period of time, we have changed to wheat and millet is taken as a backseat. I wish it happens and more such forums can highlight things like this and, make this as a regular food. As my responsibility or as my endeavor, I like to introduce millet to the mainstream food and make it as tasty as possible. Thank you.
Yeah, but thank you very much, madam. I think it was wonderful point made. And she said one thing, all foods are not medicine, but food should be medicine. So that is something because always, and the medicine should not be food. That is where is the concern today for us. And we are really, she made another one point very clear. Millets in rural areas are the basic foods. The basic food still, I would say, we have switched over from millets to many other products. That's where I think the concern is. And urban areas, especially, I know people want to eat millet. Don't make it a fashion, but the necessity has to be felt. I think these are the concerns of a chef. Probably, I think she has assured all of us, especially they are all addressing all the star hotels and things like that, where millet will always be there. So in India, especially when we go for I would say the cereals in the morning, maybe the cornflakes and things like that, there has to be a corner where the millets are also given as a cereal with milk. Probably that will add value to the millets as well. I think these are some of the great concerns and issues, and make millet a regular food. That's where I think she wants to be, and I wish we will achieve this. And I know for all of us, we have to make one point clear. We are all passionate here about millets. That's the reason we always say millets are the superfoods, are the best foods and things like that. That is not the issue today. In fact, we need to serve the millets at a reasonable price. That is something which is very, very important. Always, please keep this in mind. Now, we are all doing everything, but at the same time, when it comes to casting, I think we are nowhere comparable to the existing foods. Another very important point which Madam made is that the wheat, it has become a staple for India, which was not there earlier. Probably even in South India, wheat has become common, especially in making chapatis and puris, sabjis and all that. But why not the millets from the South are to be spread across the whole world? That is a concern and we should do it. So it's the responsibility of all of us. Unless we bring awareness, unless we make people understand the importance, probably this will not happen. I think, thank you very much for your kind, I would say, words. And maybe Dr. Dayakar Rao is also very much impressed and he wants to put in some words. Thank you.
Sir, not impressed, but I just want to give a little deeper insight into this. Now, most of the rural populations who were eating millets, they have discontinued. We need to bring them back. So there is an economic theory, I think my senior mentor, Ashok Dalwai would agree, there is something like a demonstration effect. See, this demonstration effect has done wonders, whether it is a wheat, rice, or whatever it is. When it started wheat or rice, it was an elite food. So, but then subsequently, the government has brought out the interventions in such a way that it is continued to be an elite food as well as the mainstream food. So there is two channels that which we are working. I take her point in terms of that poor should not be denied about the goodness of millets. That's what she was saying. So I think this two-way channel that we need to work in, where the public distribution, ICDS, MDM and all those things they should be doing. But I think they will give more value once this rich people are eating and elite people are eating. Now today, sometimes some of the, my own personal experiences when we interview, because being an economist, I just get into the people and try to do some sort of a investigation and all those things. See, when the public distribution system in the rural areas, when the millets are given for 1 rupee kg and all those things, they take that millet and sell it for 20 rupees or 30 rupees, but they are not consuming by themselves. So bringing value to the food is the most important thing. Bringing taste to the food is more important. So we have not really worked on that particular aspect. So this is what we were neglected, though India had a big opportunity to brand it across the world, but I think now we have come to our original position and we are taking it leading to the country. This is the right time. So no disputes, but I think we need to see that people must give value to their foods by virtue of the price, by virtue of their taste, and by virtue of their accessibility also.
Thank you. I think we should erase that the thing which is imprinted in the minds of people. Millets are being consumed by the rich people today because most of them are diabetic. So that is not the concern. Please understand and erase that. And it's all the health concern. So that should come in probably, rather than speaking about the value of millets and its importance, and that has to be really convinced. And now anyway, we will come to the last speaker. I would say probably we have heard the storage and the post-harvest losses and the management system and the value-added products and maybe preparation of millets through chef and all that. We will come to the hotel management system. Mr. Pant is there, where he will be serving us the millet food today. Please. You want to speak here?
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Chair, Co-Chair, my fellow panelists, the lovely audience. I think some of them have come back from lunch and there are other people which I would be holding from lunch, but I would be as brief as possible. And I would like to start by saying that the millets have gone missing from our household kitchens. It is not from the snack packets and from the export basket that they have gone missing. And if we want to do justice to the millets, it is the household that we have to bring them back to. And now the things have changed. A lot of water has flown under the bridges, as they say. And now the generations have changed. And the point has been brought out by a few people that people, rather than eating the food, they want to Instagram the food before they have it. There are jokes and cartoons I have come across, a waiter asking a diner, sir, what's wrong with the food? You're only eating, you have not clicked a single picture so far. So this is the kind of generation that we are talking about. I think my co-panelist very beautifully had brought out this point. And what I feel is we have to make them popular yet again, and recipe development, because it is not the traditional dosa and idli and uh, uh, you know uh, other thing, ambali and those kind of things. I don't think that is going to cut any ice with the current generation. So the thing is, we have to develop newer kind of a recipe. And I would like to say one thing, that in the millet value chain, there is a very important link which we are missing. We are talking about agri-scientists, we are talking about agri-economists, we are talking about people who are social mobilizers and exporters. But I think there are gastronomic scientists. I think one of them is represented here by Chef Gunjan Goyla. I think this is the most important link that we are missing. I would like to recall Dayakar Garu, this important event which was there, millet festival, which was done in Delhi in the month of July. We curated a meal for that event, which was appreciated by the minister and everybody. Now, since then, the important thing is there are many people who have approached me from the ministry, the joint secretary level people, that could you suggest some people who are capable of serving millet meals in Delhi? There are some event, this thing which was happening, international conference in Delhi, and they could not come across many people who could do that. So I think that is one level, because at home it has to be popularized. I think delivery apps, if there can be one click, like biryani has overtaken burgers and pizzas and the different kinds of foods, which are ordered online. If something related to biryani or something we could produce, I think it is going to make a great deal of difference. Dr. Bajaj from APIDA is not here. I wanted to convey something very important to him. He said, there are certain virgin areas where the opportunity for exporting millets from this country still lie. And I want to bring one point out, that we are consulting the Election Commission of India. They have got a institution in Dwarika, which is called India International Institute of Democracy and Election Management. And they have got MOU with 110 countries, global countries, most of them in Central Asia and Eastern Europe and South America and Africa and other places. And they wanted us to curate certain menus which they would be serving when delegates from these countries would come. And we prepared a big manual for them. And now, since they are opening, there are no caterers, which are coming up. So they have said, please, we are hiring a vendor, but you handhold for some time. And for first 3 months, 6 months, at least help them, how the traditional or the local native recipes could be served in that institution, for which, which every Indian could be, proud of. So this is the kind of situation. And 2 days back, we completed 60 years of my institution. It was a Ministry of Agriculture promoted institution. 1962, it was started. For 20 years, it ran as an extension of IARI, and it started as a institution of nutrition and catering. Later on, hospitality and all were added to it, and it is the market leader for more than a decade now. And in global ranking also, some people ranked it number 14. But what I like to say before I say goodbye is that this institute has produced biggest chefs. Chef Manjeet Singh Gill, we are proud that he's an alum. 2 days back, we celebrated our Diamond Jubilee. Chef Samjeev Kapoor was there. Rajesh Bhardwaj. Junoon is a restaurant of Indian cuisine in New York, High Street, and Michelin star restaurants. These are the alums from this institution. So there are a number of people, and I have a student strength of 1,100 people. There are 650 of them culinary students. They are either going to be bakers, they are going to be chefs. And what single thing that we are teaching them is to develop a palate which matches the palate of the consumer. And this is exactly what the chefs are supposed to do. And we are very happy. We will be looking forward to an opportunity. We have just developed a research and development lab. It was inaugurated on the 21st only. And we would look forward to, in the value chain, if we could come in before the food technologies thought about, providing the shelf life to the product. If the flavor profile could be, developed at our institution, we would like to be that missing. We would like to fill that gap, which is the missing chain in the value chain. And any opportunity, which comes, I'm very committed. I'm a new person who has taken to millets. My association with millets is only 1 year long. But as they say in Hindi, naya naya jogi jadar rakh milta hai. But this is the kind of commitment I have. And it is not only myself. Number of people in my team are equally committed to the millet mission. And we are really looking forward to the International Year of the Millets. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Panji, for, I would say, a very brief and not to the point, not addressing the whole issue with regard to millet, as far as the recipes are concerned, and how to really bring in quality recipes. I think that is something which is very much important. I would say here, in the whole value chain, we need to bring in these concepts of bringing in maybe the chefs along with the nutritionists. I think this is something which is very important. I know, without compromising on the nutritional quality and the safety of it, probably I think we need to come up with the real value added millet products. If at all, we need to become global. I think that is something today the world is with pizzas, especially when you go to maybe I think, especially Italy and all that, the lunch is only pizza. And how do we improve that pizza, which I would say many people in India may not like, but how do we bring in the concepts of nutrition into it, utilizing the locally available, I would say, the food materials or the food grains. And he made one more point very clear. It has to be a sort of a household commodity. So that is something which I would say always is very important. We know a lot of us, many of us, we speak about millets, but how many of us are keeping millets in our kitchen for a day-to-day food? I think that is something we need to question ourselves. Probably unless we do that, develop a taste for it. It is not that we like the wheat or maybe the rice. Rice, of course, has been a traditional food for India. Wheat is not a traditional food. How we have started liking for especially the wheat. A lot of varieties of, I would say, rotis and chapatis have come into it. So how do we make this also on the similar lines? Probably the requirement of a nutritionist is on one side, and also the chefs, and of course the marketers. I think these are some of the concerns and issues which we need to address. With this, we have come to the end of this session. Maybe I request Dr. Dayakar Rao to close the session, and especially I should thank all the panelists, the learned panelists who are here with us and making the whole session much more interesting. Thank you very much once again. All the very best for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And
just one second. Thank you, everybody, once again from my side, especially you have kept lunch at bay and then you are attending to that. That is well appreciated, very much appreciated. Thank you once again. Over to you, Sam.
Thank you, sir, for this wonderful session. Thank you very much, sir, for this wonderful session that is on post-harvest processing, value addition, and recipe development in millets. And we had a chairperson, Dr. Chindi Vasudevappa, sir, Vice Chancellor, NIFTM Kundli. And we had a keynote address by Dayakar sir himself. And we have a panelist well prepared and put in properly, because few of them are in post-harvest, few of them are in value addition, and one or two are in recipe development. So this session was very nicely placed, and they have given their insight to us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for chairing the session, sir. As a token of love, we want to give a dignitary kit to the chair. I request Dr. Dayakar Rao, sir, to give the kit to. Welcome. to Chindi Vasudevappa sir. And I request Sridevi Annapurna Singh madam to come to the stage. She is Director CFTRI. I request madam to hand over the kit to Dr. Chindi Vasudevappa sir, Vice Chancellor, NIPSAM. I request Dayakar sir to give a kit to. I request madam to give the kits to all the panelists. And I request Dr. Dayakar sir to give a kit to Sridevi Annapurna Singh ma'am, Director CFTRI. I thank, on behalf of all the organizers, I thank you all.
I think you. Before we break for lunch, I think we identify our guests, especially Vijayalakshmi Garu, Joint Secretary from D and FW. Madam, we welcome you. We welcome you. And once again, the rest of the people, we break for a lunch for half an hour and then we'll join again. Half an hour. Please note, because we have many sessions, you should not be missing it within half an hour.